This dumbass shit fuck up or something? No, I don't think it did. Oh, whatever. It's all good.
Hello, Governor. It's time to play some Factorio, and by playing Factorio, I mean to spin a fucking gotcha machine until we get fucking lucky.
That's the plan, at least. Alright, I'm gonna need to import a bunch of fucking stack inserters, don't I, to fucking Vulcanus. No problem. We'll do that with the Void Dragon. Well, we need to load the game. We're gonna need a lot of supplies. Because we're gonna start to build our new base. Or rather, that's not really a new base. It's time to start building up all of our legendary spam shit. That's what it's time for. Time to build a legendary base upon Vulcanus. That is what it is time for. Quite good, yeah. Okay. A lot of stuff to have to think about. A lot of stuff to have to fucking build. A lot of stuff to fucking design. Oh man, and there was also another fucking release of a big fucking video today. The part 2 of the fucking Gunnar Nomicon. There's too much shit to fucking talk about. I'll get to that probably tomorrow. There's a lot of other stuff to fucking yap about today. Oh, what's up, Boy Meets Mini? Eating! What the? Imagine eating food in the year of our Lord, 2025? Exactly. No one can afford that shit in America. Imagine being one of the few who can afford food. Shaking my head. Can't believe you're flexing your privilege upon the humble Twitch chat. It's kind of fucked up, Boy Meets Mini. Kind of messed up, bro. Kind of fucked up, Boy Meets Mini, that you would do that? That you would flex like that? Boom. Pretty crazy that this man Mehdi Hassan got a fucking interview with Miss Rachel. It's pretty fucking fascinating. Zeteo. Listen, I'm okay with the Zeteo advertising on this channel, okay? It's true. She did nothing wrong. She just said, like, personally, I think that kids should be not murdered. And I'm just like, you know what, Miss Rachel? I think you're correct on that assessment. I too also believe that kids should not be turned into mulch. Now I know that may be radical or revolutionary, you know, a little. I might be saying some crazy shit right now, but I personally believe that children shouldn't be fucking turned into mulch. Now, what I may be saying here could be construed as rather ridiculous or silly. But you know. Alright, you know, fucking get rid of this shit. Whoa! Boy Meets Mini, fucking hummus? What are you, fucking racist? We all know that's proper. That's all Hamas shit, bro. What do you mean? What are you, fucking terrorist supporter? Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm gonna have to get rid of you. I'm gonna have to ban you. I'm gonna have to report you to the ADL in like a schizophrenic sort of like haze. Free Kashmir? That sounds like a terrorist state to me, bud. It starts with a K. You have to pronounce it like Kashmir? I don't know. It sounds like some terrorist shit to me, bud. What are you, a fucking terrorist, Boy Meets Mini? What are you, fucking a simp for Hamas? Hamas? What are you, a fucking hummus enthusiast? What are you? El Crungo Bungo McFlungo? Jesus Christ, Boy Meets Mini. Don't worry, we'll talk about Hamas Piker. Or Hamas Picker. Soon enough. Or we'll get to his goofy little ass. Soon enough. And just like that, we have now added an additional gigabit, or a gigawatt of power. Well, that's not good. We just consuming too many bullets? 60. 36 per minute. Why is my bullet production so slow? One assembly machine just not enough to keep up? How about you? How are you doing with bullets? You're Gucci. You are probably also fine as well. I think it's because these things are just always constantly in demand. That's why. With Aquilo. Carbon fiber and whatnot. Do I need more carbon fiber? Is that our problem? What would I need more carbon fiber for? You're full on carbon fiber. It's not carbon fiber. Is it tungsten? Should be tungsten. Intriguing. Just not producing bullets fast enough, even though they should be producing bullets fast enough. Alright, how are you doing? 31 pieces of legendary coal. We are getting there. I don't really need to ever concern myself with this shit. Probably shouldn't be productivity modules. These should probably be exact opposite thing. This might be a little overkill, but fuck it. Actually, no. Alright. Look at this power grid sorted out. I don't know if I need an extra 100. Do I need them? Go forth. Build me things. Probably connect these two shitters together. One of the most stupidly efficient recipes in this goddamn game. It's just a stupidly good recipe. Oh, are you out of ammo? What the? Out of ammo? Just like that. That's another. Oh, don't you complain, you idiots. Okay, perfect. Done with that shit. Lovely. So now we should have like 2.3 gigawatts of power of production. That is probably more than enough. It's probably overkill, but who gonna stop me? Who is going to stop me? And in terms of steam production, not a problem. Easily able to keep up because I definitely overkilled it with this amount, but whatever. Now for you. We're gonna really need to pump up those numbers if we even want to think about. If we want to even think about doing what is necessary. That should be fine. Yeah, that should be fine. about we get started on our fucking bullshit right now? I know there was a part 2 of the Goonernomicon that also was released today on the big old expose done on our favorite weirdo, Grummington. So he's, but we'll get to that probably tomorrow. There's plenty enough already on the docket to take a look at, besides making fun of the idiot Grums. Fucking Grums. Lots to talk about. Besides that fucking dipshit. Bums. What are other things I needed from here? I need to get the cryogenic plants as well. Grab those, not from Aquila, but from Nalvis. Gonna need a bunch of these. Gonna need a bunch of... Just production buildings that we need. We also need the stack inserters. So what to say? I need something from Gleba. Let's go with 700. That's probably too much, but it's fine. Everything else we should be producing on Vulcanus. I don't need any of that stuff. We need the recyclers. We need not these. None of this stuff. None of this stuff. Ah, yes. Import these. I want like 50 of them. Overkill? Probably. But... should be A-okay. Alright, let's get started. Well. Mehdi Hassan, I guess, is interviewing Miss Rachel. Now, for those who don't remember, Miss Rachel was that YouTuber. She's a child educator, right? You know, not like a psychotic family vlog channel or... You know, as far as I can tell, she, you know, nothing sussy here. Let's be honest. Unlike those family vlog channels who are all psychotic and probably will never see the gates of heaven. They will never be let into the kingdom of heaven. We all know this, right? Like that those people are just complete utter demons. I think that's pretty safe to say. He got an interview with her. Now, if we recall correctly, Miss Rachel was charged with the crime of caring for children. I know, like it's one of the worst things that you could do possibly on the planet. You know, just saying like, you know, personally, I don't think children should be bombed into the Stone Age. And by children, what we were talking about here is Palestinian children. She got a bunch of flack, I guess, for lack of a better term, from really idiotic, conspiratorial, right-wing Zionists. Because there are liberal Zionists. They do exist, obviously. Saying that, hey, aren't you anti-Semitic for caring about children? And it's just like, bro, what the hell are you people waffling on about? I like, you know, literally when I say that for the Israelis, they just want to like, it's all about the, you know, the murder of children. They don't give a shit about anything else. This is what is meant. They are just, they're pretty bad, pretty wretched, not nice, very bad, very very bad. But you know, what do we got here with this interview? Exclusive. This is the interview. The one and only Miss Rachel opens up to Mehdi on her advocacy for Gaza's kids. So basically what she wrote, I think a couple of Instagram posts saying like, you know, stuff that's happening to the kids in Palestine is bad. That was it. That's all she did. Quite literally. Unfortunately, since we live in a clown shoes world, we live in a very, very goofy time where everything is stupid, ridiculous, and silly. Unfortunately, that means like that's like a crime against humanity or something, or she's like an anti-Semite because she said like, you know, maybe we shouldn't be killing kids. I believe this is the interview itself where he talks. Yeah. Get the full interview. We're going to get only part of the interview, but that's fine. We're just going to listen to this. What do we got here?
You clearly love kids. Is that why you decided to speak out
Loving
about
kids.
what's happening in Gaza, specifically with children?
I think it should be controversial to not say anything.
Did you also, like millions of other Americans,
Wait a minute. That sounds like a
That sounds like a pro-Hamas position, brother. What the hell? Why are you pro-Hamas, Miss Rachel? What the hell? I can't believe you'd say that,
saying that it shouldn't be controversial to, you know, not want kids to be killed. I don't know, like, I'm being, like, rather silly and hyperbolic here, but, I mean, this shouldn't be something that's, like, controversial, you know? The fact that it has been made, like, I guess for lack of a better term, controversial to see, like, I don't know, kids as, like, human beings, I guess, is kind of, like, emblematic of, like, there's just the silly goofiness that we are sort of seeing here with the broader world. I don't know. Zionists, dude. They're fucking wild, man.
just seeing these horrific, tragic videos?
The idea that caring for a group of children in an emergency situation means you don't care about other children is false.
Are Palestinian children less human?
That's true.
than
That
other
is a
children?
false
You care
equivalency.
less about them? I don't
Equivacy.
quite get where the controversy is coming from.
It's sad that people try to make it controversial when you speak out for children that are facing immeasurable suffering.
I'm sure you have
Real.
a lot of good people in your lives who are saying to you, just be quiet. It's not worth it. What do you say to them?
Our compassion doesn't have boundaries or borders. We just love kids.
Why do you
Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. That doesn't sound very religious or whatever. Hey, religious people, you should take some notes. Jesus says the exact same things, you know. Compassion shouldn't have boundaries or anything. You should care for your neighbor as they would care for you. You know, shit like that. Sorry. I might be spitting like too many facts and logic for all these like stupid, conniving, like deleterious like fucking morons and dipshits for them to like understand that whoa, sometimes, you know, it's about caring for the kids, and maybe, just maybe, it might be a bad thing to constantly just I don't know, murder them or something. I don't know. This is controversial take. Controversial. I know.
you feel this urge to speak out for Sudanese kids and Haitian kids, and right now, obviously, the kids who are suffering most in the world, the Gazan kids?
Silence wasn't a choice for me.
That's true.
Whether or not you have toddlers, by now chances are you've heard about Miss Rachel, the children's educator who's taken the world by storm with more than 14 million subscribers on YouTube and billions of views worldwide.
It's a big
Miss Rachel
channel.
has become a superstar in children's entertainment, teaching them everything from how to sound out syllables to learning more about their emotions. But Miss Rachel has not just garnered attention for her
Well, learning about emotions in my patriarchal society? Say it ain't so. You can't be. What the hell? I don't need no feelings for my kids. My kids, they are fucking stone cold killers. Or, I don't know, whatever the fuck. It's stupid.
educational videos. She's become an outspoken advocate for children in Gaza who've been displaced, starved, injured, and killed in their thousands, more than 15,000 in Israel's offensive. after speaking out about the plight of Gaza's
So it's a lot of dead
Miss
kids.
Rachel has been thrust into the center of some very unfair online controversy. And I'm delighted to say she joins me now. Rachel, thanks so much for joining us on the show. And I feel like I should introduce you as Rachel Accurso, your actual name.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful pronunciation.
I butcher everyone's names, so it's good. I'm just going to go with Miss Rachel, it's safer now. Before we get to Gaza, I've got to say, every parent who found out that I was interviewing you today, everyone I know, friends, family, who found out, Miss Rachel? I said, I'm interviewing Miss Rachel. They went crazy in a way that I've not seen people in my community, in my friends and family. I mean, I've interviewed Hollywood celebrities, world leaders.
That's true.
And
Benny
your
Hassan
name, I've
has
not had a
been
reaction
on the
like that.
beat.
Like, what? Can I come? Can I be there? Can I see her? How have you become such a global phenomenon for kids and their parents in such a short space of time? Just last decade?
It was truly by accident, but I'm so privileged to be able to connect with so many little ones, and I just love my job. But we actually, when we started, we didn't know that so many kids watch YouTube.
Yeah.
I grew up with just regular TV, and we had like this thing where you turned it and you had like 3 channels. So I didn't.
Dude, who remembers like the old fucking like CRT TVs with like the fucking knobs and shit, right? I remember those fucking you know, not to do like the whole fucking memberberry fucking thing, right? The like the crazy ass like little fucking dongle things and shit. It's like I know like exactly what she's like speaking to here. It's you don't see they don't make them like they used to, you know. Generally speaking, like the era of like television that I like grew up in was like broadly speaking, like who remembers like the big boxy like CRT TVs and like the sort of like advent of I think I would broadly call it the flat screen TV. Remember when that was like all the rage and people were talking about like, bro, look at the awesome resolutions you can get with your flat screens. Whoa, crazy. You know, that was like the whole big buzz at the time. And, you know, this is like just as like YouTube was like coming up and just becoming a thing, right? Like before social media sort of like blew up in the ways that it did. And it was a lot of like children's sort of programming was done on like like TVO, like Teletoon. I'm speaking for Canada over here. We didn't have like Nickelodeon. We had the Family Channel as well. That was a thing that used to exist, or it probably still does exist. I have no idea if it's changed. I've not looked at like television like forever because there's just like YouTube, right? And it's way easier than ever before to get like I don't know like mass media and shit like that. But yeah, I was trying to think like where was I exactly going with this, to be honest. I don't know. I guess it's just like a sort of like reminiscence of like, oh yeah, you know, I remember all this like crazy shit that used to happen. Yeah, all these like different channels and shit. Yeah, they were cool because of whatever reason, you know.
I didn't know so many kids watched on YouTube, but I did know that I had trouble finding resources for my son. And
oh, I remember what I was gonna say now. This was like overall like something that I also talked about before all doing the whole like memberberry whatever spiel. The reasoning for as to why there's like more and more children that are like on YouTube nowadays, I would say, is the stuff that I've talked about before, like the advent of like the sort of iPad kid, which, you know, has a lot of obvious and various problems. It's really easy to get caught in like doom spirals. I don't know if that's correct to say. It's really easy for children to get very easily propagandized, right? Because they don't generally know any better. Which is why you oftentimes have like a lot of dishonest propagandists, generally speaking, point to, won't anyone think of the kids? Kind of like rhetoric when, you know, tackling like difficult subjects, parlance, or like, I don't know, like different policies that affect children and other shit like that. A lot of people can, generally speaking, be very dishonest when engaging in these particular topics, because it's really easy to over-sensationalize with kids. And the thing is like, when it comes to like the Palestinians in particular, um, it they're just going through like a genocide. We're being honest here. Obviously, they're just getting murdered because of, I don't know, an ethno-nationalist supremacist project that's being planned by like the Zionists. But where was I going with like the iPad kid thing? Right, a lot more kids you start to see more and more engaging with like social media and YouTube, because a part of it I think is socioeconomic. Part of it is also because of like the existence of mass media and technology. And a lot of it is also just because, like, it's like what, it's even like a societal, like, peer pressure sort of thing. Like, all of your friends are, like, on social media and stuff, so you might as well start engaging and using it and shit like that. Like, obviously, I think that's bad. I have a problem with that, broadly speaking, of, like, you know, the sort of mass sort of, not commodification, but the mass like spreading of like social media even to like kids and stuff like that, because there's a lot of like bad shit that can happen with what within like social media. A lot of like people can easily like manipulate the algorithms to show kids like bad stuff. A lot of like dangerous situations can also occur on social media, and it's a lot more difficult to sort of like track people like that, because the internet is, you know, broadly speaking, operates on a very sort of like broad basis of anonymity. It's really easy for a lot of people to get away with rather wretched, horrid behavior very, very easily. And it'd be difficult to, quite difficult to track them down, right? Because, like, it's only like so reliable in order to like find out who someone is through the internet, if depending on how well you hide your identity and stuff. It can be pretty dangerous out there. It can be pretty spooky. You need to watch out and shit like that. Be responsible. Which is why I've advocated sort of for the position of, like, with parents, it's like, they should, you know, be very, like, it's not a problem if, like, kids engage with, I don't know if it's correct to say if it's, like, to have kids engage with, like, social media or engage in, like, all these, like, different sort of activities. I think it's good to be open-minded, but people should keep a watchful eye. But I can also understand that it can be rather difficult given like the sort of state of like the economy and whatnot that we currently find ourselves in. That a lot of like parents nowadays sort of just rely, broadly speaking, on a lot of like social media websites and stuff, and like YouTube and all these different video platforms and whatnot, as like entertainment for children. I understand why that's the case. It's real rough out there, you know, if you're like a parent raising children. Like we recently watched a video on the generational wealth gap, talking about like, hey man, like if you don't have generational wealth, it's way more difficult to now be able to like start a family, be able to like build something up for yourself and shit like that. And like childcare is like a big problem to that. And like the advent of like something that could easily keep your kid entertained while you go out and work is like a very reasonable prospect, right? It makes sense. Not that I'm saying it's a good thing. I don't think it's a good thing. Personally, I think it's a bad thing, but it's kind of the results of the environment that we currently find ourselves in. Like it's just not great.
And he's such a visual learner. I thought that some of the things I was learning to help him would benefit other little ones. And I had him watch the show.
You say by accident, so I think you went on YouTube in 2016, a YouTube channel. So were you thinking that, okay, this is the best way to get to other kids, YouTube is the way forward?
No, I didn't know that. I just thought maybe I'll help some kids. And
how did you want to help them?
It wasn't like an overnight success.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I knew that my son really benefited from a slower paced show. I used to make him his own show. And actually I would take, like, he'd be watching a show he likes and then I'd edit it and be like,
oh, she's always been an entertainer. Well, no, she was a teacher, right? Before she became an entertainer, I suppose, right? If I recall correctly. Like, she's always, like, worked with kids, and then she started her YouTube channel. If I'm like, recalling correctly with, Miss Rachel. Let me double check. Miss Rachel. Hello, Miss Rachel. children's music series, right? Now she did theater, master's degree in music education. So she's always been an educator, right? But with music specifically. Worked as a music teacher. It's always fucking rough, dude. Oh, in New York City. That's nice. Before starting her YouTube channel. And now she's getting a second master's degree in early childhood education. Very, very cool. And then she married a Broadway music director. Fascinating. Very, very cool and good. Right. So she's always been an educator. I guess, like, also, like, if you're, like, a music educator, part of it is just, like, what, also with, like, music can be also, like, entertaining with, like, music and shit. At least that's what I think. What's up, Boy Meets Minnie? Let's just keep going.
It's Mommy, here to, like, teach you something. So anyway, I just knew that these methods I was learning to help him with a severe speech delay would benefit other kids, which are
her son has a neurological problem.
To answer and doing fill-ins like ready, set, go. That really helped him. Just a slow pace. And
you mentioned it wasn't an overnight success. Am I right in saying that the pandemic, the COVID, the lockdowns, that whole period, really, you just ramped up in that period? A lot of people came to find you then in that moment.
Well, I think so. I think people were home, and I think speech therapy was virtual, and it was tough, and some people didn't have access to it. I have to give a shout out to my amazing husband because he was off of Broadway for 18 months, I believe. So we lived in his parents' basement, and we had a lot of...
The basement is the best place to produce content.
It was bigger than our apartment.
True.
So, yes, and somebody was like, I'd love to come to your television studio, and I was like, it's my in-laws' basement. But yeah, so he had a lot of time, and he jumped in. He jumps into all my projects, whether they're successful or when they weren't successful at all. We've always done that for each other. So he used to help me with tracks for teaching music. And
damn, her husband got laid off from Broadway theater's dying dog. Yeah, that's true. There's been a lot of, like, defunding of, what's the name of the fucking program, Boy Meets Minnie? Jacob Geller fucking talked about it also in his really good video essay about how conservatives, like, fundamentally just don't care about art, and, like, his overall, like, summary of Gamergate. National Endowment of the Arts, right? Am I correct there? Right? I know there's, like, also a bunch of other, like, shit. Yeah, I got it. NEA, National Endowment of the Arts. I remembered. What was I saying? Jacob Geller. Yeah, Jacob Geller also talked about how conservatives constantly go after the arts all the time because they just hate art. Mostly because they don't understand it. / they don't know how to produce any of their own art. Typically, like, conservative art consists of just complete, like, nationalistic dreck for the express purposes of, like, deference to the state, generally speaking. Like, a depersonalization of art, like, which is why, like, generally speaking, it's always the libtards who do way better at the creation of art, and art is, generally speaking, a very, very sort of, like, left-leaning pursuit, but broadly speaking. But if we're, like, sort of, like, talking about these sort of, I don't know, consequences, what? Not like consequences. The sort of, like, positions where it's just like, well, you know, just suffering of, like, artists. Conservatives have always been pro-suffering of artists. They do not like art. They fundamentally think art is just, well, dog shit. They don't respect the medium. And, look, you see that with, like, the sort of, like, whole idea of how, like, modern art is, like, terrible. And it also leads into a lot of the stuff I've talked about before with, like, the death of subjectivity. Broadly speaking, a lot of conservatives, and I don't think this also just, like, this shouldn't just also be about conservatives. This can also lead to, like, just average people in general. Given how, like, atomized and balkanized our society has become as a result of, like, a lot of, like, ridiculous factors, Not ridiculous factors. That's not accurate to say. Because of a lot of the, like, different socioeconomic factors and general, like, defunding of education and critical thinking, which is also leads to sort of, like, death of subjectivity that a concept that I've talked about before, God knows how many times at this point. It leads to a lot of people sort of being depersoned, no longer valued as much as people, because no one can seemingly get into other people's shoes. It's really, really bad. Because again, the conservatives, they're not doing this for any honest reasons. They're doing this so they can maintain their own, hierarchical structures of, maintenance of control and hierarchy, which is the overall sort of, like, summary that I got to when, talking about the sort of, like, death of subjectivity, and also Jacob Geller's very, very phenomenal video essay on the topic about Gamergate. His, like, overall summary. They just hate the arts. Like, that's what it is. Conservatives have no respect for art because they don't know how to create it, because they don't, broadly speaking, respect that medium of expression. They, broadly speaking, just don't like people being able to express themselves, generally speaking. Also, the more controlling parenting style that came from 1950s suburbia. But yeah, pretty much. It's all about, like, maintenance of hierarchy and control. All that will always be this sort of, like, crux and, like, main biggest problems that, broadly speaking, exist within, like, a lot of differing sort of societies and structures, especially, like, if we're talking about, like, the consequences of, like, conservatism, more or less. Like, it's just unfortunate. It's kind of sad,
in public school and put everything into it for those kids, and it just hasn't changed. So
you were a school teacher at one point. Just for people who only know you from YouTube, what is your background? Have you always loved working with kids?
I have. So I started when I was 18. I was an assistant preschool teacher at a school for kids with disabilities, and
she always worked
they
with kids
totally
with disabilities
transformed
at
me.
school.
I just loved it. I was like, just amazed that I could be excited to go into a job, and seeing their progress was so exciting. And it definitely, my supervisor said in a letter, you have a rare gift that I don't often see with kids. And I was like, oh wow, like maybe I have a gift for this. And I knew that felt like a calling for me. So I found other jobs working with kids, and eventually I studied to become a certified music teacher. And then I got another master's in early childhood, inspired by my little boy and the show, because I knew if I was going to be this teacher to kids in this crucial time, I wanted to have all the knowledge, early childhood knowledge I could.
And you have 2 kids now.
Yes, I do.
That's awesome.
My world.
You clearly
my world.
love kids, not just your own. It's obvious to anyone who's seen you online and
Kids!
meeting you in person.
What
You
the?
have 2 kids of your own. Is that why you decided to speak out about what's happening in Gaza, specifically with children in Gaza, because of what's happening to the kids there?
I do think being a mother makes you put yourself in that situation. And I think my background in early childhood makes me think about that crucial brain development time of 0 to 3. So if you're being malnourished,
that's a good point,
and you're
yeah.
seeing trauma and you're losing your family, that's a really crucial time of brain development. So I think about that.
That's
and
true.
then I think just
Yeah, that is when, like, earliest fucking development sort of, like, happens, right? Like some of the youngest ages, and, like, she's hitting, like, pretty much the fucking nail on the head. If we want to sort of talk about a de-radicalization project, broadly speaking, of Hamas, right? If we want to do that whole fucking meme or whatever, you want to know how, like, you can most effectively stop a bunch of terrorists from becoming terrorists. Stop bombing the fucking shit out of them and their families when they're fucking young. It's really, really easy. You also have to de-radicalize Israeli society. Yeah, unfortunately, that is also a big factor as well. But the problem with, like, de-radicalization of Israeli society, and here we go, we're gonna fucking trigger all the dumb fuck Ethan Klein fans. The only way such a project can be possible is by a fundamental dismantling of the fucking state. You have to completely just gut that shit, get rid of that shit, start anew. All right, get rid of it. You need to get rid of the fucking Israeli state and have a one-state solution with equal rights for all parties, from all ages, voting demographics. Everybody needs to have equal rights, because otherwise, what? We want to talk about, bitch and complain about all the little Hamasites that exist within Gaza. Here's a good way of making an infinite amount of them. You know, you want to just have like a spawner of little Hamaslings or whatever the fuck stupid bullshit you want to say. If you keep constantly bombing the fuck out of them, you know, bombing the fuck out of children, families within Gaza, guess what? For Hamas, it's easy fucking dubs and propaganda for them. But again, we've talked about this broadly before. This is beneficial to the Israeli state. They want as many little Hamaslings as possible because it becomes really easy for them to justify the genocide that way. We all know, you know, the broader, like, campaign that exists of dehumanization of people. It's the same shit that the fucking Nazis also did. They constantly dehumanize and depersoned people all the fucking time, right? With, like, a differing, like, a propaganda about, like, I don't know, like, the Jews or whatever, portraying them as, like, miserly goblins who are, like, duplicitous little, pieces of dog shit or whatever. A lot of like Israeli propaganda also does the exact same thing, like depersonhood of Palestinians, and you know, they do, like, obviously they're not going to limit it to children. They fucking, you think those people have an affinity for children? Fuck that. No, they don't care. You're brown, you're getting fucking turned into mulch. They don't give a shit. Like, fuck you. Like, the solution is so ridiculously fucking obvious to, like, anyone with, like, half a fucking brain, okay? Like, it's so easy, but, like, once motherfuckers are racist, they're always gonna be fucking racist. You just kind of have to, like, sort of, like, know how to appropriately deal with those conditions. And, like, I don't know if it's, like, too far gone for, like, Israeli society. I mean, it's a settler colonial project. I'll never say never, I suppose, but, like, damn, dude, like, it's not... That's, like, a fucking, sort of a proposal. I don't know if that's correct to say. That's, like, sort of a thing that's just gonna be, like, way too... It's gonna be really fucking hard in order to be able to do anything about shit like that, dude.
Just empathy for all kids, which I've always had.
A lot of people... I know a lot of people. I've been covering the conflict professionally for 20 years. I've been following it since I was a teenager, something I've been interested in. But a lot of people I know came to the Middle East conflict, came to Gaza, Israel, after October 7th, seeing the horrors of what happened on October the 7th, and then seeing the horrors since. A lot of people came via Instagram, watching social media videos in their feeds of children under the rubble.
Hey, Israel, personally, here's a really good idea, okay? Really smart and intelligent idea for Israel to do is they should keep constantly filming all of their atrocity propaganda as many times as possible. I'm just going to throw that out there, Israel. You're doing a great job doing that. I think it's really intelligent for you guys to be doing that shit. You know, I think, like, they should just keep doing that, you know? We know the meme. We know the meme. We know the meme. We know the meme.
Or missing limbs, kids mourning their parents, parents mourning their kids. And I'm just wondering, is it something you followed always, or did you also, like millions of other Americans, come to this via social media, just seeing these horrific, tragic videos in social media?
So I didn't know much before, and I was just horrified by October 7th. And then
it seems
I
kind
just
of
tried
woke.
to listen and learn. And I still am doing that with friends and people. So I had been working with Save the Children prior. When I
don't know,
made
it
the
seems
show
kind of
became
woke to me, guys.
successful, I got an agent, and my agent was like, "Tell me about what you want to do." And I was like, "I want to be connected to charities, and I want to do work helping children." So I got involved with Save the Children.
Great charity.
Yeah, and I was learning about. So I was learning from their team and their CEO about a lot of.
The basically everyone on the left is horrified by October 7th, save for the dipshit MLs. The MLs are always always about violent revenge that doesn't help the situation. I mean, those are pretty much the only people that have really I mean, like, your bad empanadas of the world. I mean, like, even, like, a bunch of other, like, MLs and ML-adjacent people probably also acknowledge that October 7th was, like, pretty bad. But, yeah, a lot of the time they are not very helpful at all in terms of, like, staving off the idea, like, that Israelis have and, like, Zionists have of, like, the left being, like, Jew haters and they just want to, like, murder all Jews or some shit. Like, whatever fucking bullshit nonsense they come up with. Like, you know, not very helpful Marxist-Leninists.
Things going on with children here in the U.S., food insecurity. I was learning about the Congo. She had just come back from there, and they asked me if I wanted to have a meeting with her, and I wanted to learn about that. And I just asked, like, what is a day like for kids there? And then she was in Gaza, and she came back, and they said, would you want to meet from her and hear what it's like for kids there? And I was like, definitely. So I heard from her, and I knew she was there, and she was describing what was happening firsthand. And then, of course, I did see the...
No, yeah, we don't have the full thing. Curses! Well, you know, a summer rep cut off. Yeah, I do not have a paid subscription to the full interview. So I guess she would have just started talking about how, like, there's a lot of people that have been killed and, you know, it's rather abhorrent and terrible. I mean, you know, like, a lot of the same points that I've already said before, like, is it necessary to, like, constantly reiterate them over and over and over again? Probably not. Yeah, it's just sad, man. Like, really, there's nothing else you could say about this besides, like, damn. Feels fucking bad, man. Like, that this is, like, kind of the, I don't know, situation that we were finding ourselves in. Like, feels... I don't know, like, what... I don't even know what else to fucking say, to be honest. You know... You have to, it feels bad to constantly have to, like, talk about, like, stuff like this because of just how wretched the genocide has been in general. And how, like, a lot of, like, average Americans are now seeing that play out firsthand, and they're, broadly speaking, quite disgusted with what's going on, right? A lot, like, is quite generally speaking, like, most people can acknowledge that, damn, this is fucking wretched. It's horrible. This sucks. I hate the fact that this is sort of like the position that we currently are finding ourselves in. And I mean, like, I do have to say, it's only going to get worse and worse for, like, the propagandists, right? Like, it's going to be way, way harder for them to sort of, like, justify a lot of their positions and actions, right? Like, that's all I can, like, you can really say about that. Like, because... who are the people that are mostly getting harmed in these, like, particular instances? It's children. Like, people are suffering because of all this stuff, and it's just, like, people are just gonna be, like, complete wretched, like, human beings and just, like, justify, like, the worst possible things constantly. And, like... and it's all in, like, the name of saying, like, never again for the Holocaust. But we want to also do, like, all these, like, horrible things to other, like, people's children and stuff like that. It's just, like, it's just wretched, man. Just absolutely horrid. I've said this before, and, you know, I kind of, like, I say this in, like, a hyperbolic sense, I suppose. But, like, I really don't think that, conservatives, broadly speaking, they don't really care about children, right? I throw in neoliberals in this as well. Like, they're no different than a lot of conservatives. Like, none of these people have ever cared about kids. Let's be honest here. It's never been about that for them. It's always been about, like, exercising of power and, you know, as much suffering as possible. But it's just sad, dude. It's sad. It's a feels bad kind of a situation. It's, I don't know. all you can really say about that. It's one of those cases where it's just like, man, like, Alexa, this is so fucked up. Play Despacito or some shit, right? Like, it's just sad. It's just sad. I don't know, like, what else to say. Yeah, I don't know. Like, there's only, like, one way stuff like this can potentially, like, go to, like, be fixed or something. Like, what matters the most here is, like, doing everything possible to allow for, like, Palestinian sort of emancipation. If we want to, like, have an actual fix to the problem, like, I don't have a problem with that, like, having that discussion, but a lot of, like, neoliberals and other, like, and conservatives, obviously, none of them are really interested in doing any of those stuff. They are fine with children suffering and dying, and I guess also, like, dragging down, like, children educators who are, like, getting in the way of, like, that potential project of just murder for, like, the express purposes of the military industrial complex and just the broader security apparatus, and, like, just to get, like, a bag. That's, like, the worst part about this. People, they're just doing this just to get, like, a fucking bag. And it's just fucking absolutely wretched. You should never have sympathy for any of these people. You should treat them like the fucking absolute just scum wretches that they are, and just have, you know, zero sympathy for these people who are willing to sort of, like, push for, like, oh yeah, you know, I'm okay with, like, the murder of children as well, because, you know, they're part of, like, the stinky brown people, and they're, like, our enemies. We don't like them. Like, no, you should not have any sympathy for these people. They are wretched, they are terrible, and, you know, like, all of these same motherfuckers that I'm talking about right now, they'll never have any sympathy for you. Like, if you're suffering or dying or whatever, like, they will gleefully sort of celebrate that. So, you know, as the once late great Michael Brooks said, you know, have, not dignity, but, be ruthless to institutions but kind to individuals. Because a lot of people, like, sort of get into this, like, not business, but get into, like, these cycles of propaganda because there's concerted efforts by a lot of people within the capital class saying, like, yeah, you know, we just want to have, like, these particular outcomes because, you know, it's good for our bottom line and stuff. And it's just, like, it's just sad, dude. Like, honestly, I don't know really what else to say. It's sad. It's horrid. And, like, literally the most vulnerable sort of amongst us have to suffer the consequences and byproducts of these things. And it's honestly, it's just sad. I, like, don't really know what else to say besides, like, yeah, it's just sad, I'll be honest. That shit was kind of meandery, but that's okay. Oh, what was I doing here? Oh, I needed to make a fucking stupid gotcha machine. I guess we just kind of rolled into fucking making a quality 3 fucking legendary quality module. So we just lucked into that. Here's what we're gonna do, because we're just gonna be constantly brute forcing this quite a bit. Where is our quality modules? So that's gonna have our quality go up by 20, like, it's up to 26% now. Since we're not using higher quality materials, it's gonna be a little sort of, what? It's basically about 2% chance of that happening, but, you know. If we get stuff, we get stuff. We don't, we don't. It's not the end of the world. This is not going to be the fucking finalized sort of meme here. Let's start trying to make basically a... Get rid of those, and instead we put in Now the rest of the stuff just gets scrapped. Simply put, we don't need it. Get the hell out of here. Okay, so now we have it such that we just get quality upcycling. And then we feed those back into the system. Because it's just like, get lucky forehead kind of a deal. That's all we can really do at the moment, alright? Just let this go for the moment. Just let it keep going. Oh, where's my coal gotcha? Okay, there's a flawed logic in here, actually. I need to fix this. It's not perfect. Yeah, there's flawed logic that's going on in this sort of setup, because none of these are picking up. Okay, let's think about how to fix this. In reality, so this gets disabled when there's less than 2 legendary sulfur. This should also have the exact same, so this would be red wire, exact same thing applied to it. Enable / disable when legendary sulfur is less than 2. So this is going to be currently disabled because the condition is fulfilled. Alright, disable this when it is... Right, it's because we want this to be disabled controlled behavior right now. Because what we want is for this to be constantly going. So only have it pick up okay, I think that should work. It's not the greatest solution, I think, but it should work if I'm doing the logic here correctly. But the coal gotcha is doing its thing. If this logic works, I kind of want to wait to start the whole like process and everything once we have like a decent bank of stuff. Because again, the only reason why this is not operating really at peak efficiency whatsoever is because we do not have a lot of quality modules. We need the legendary quality modules to have this really start to go, right? Because instead of operating with what? These are probably just 4% each. This is 8%. Each legendary quality 3 module is plus 6.2%. So we're missing out on about 4% at the moment. So that is the current problem that we are having. So it's just a slight inefficiency. We do have to just kind of get lucky, to be honest. So this logic does appear to be working as I want it to. Or perhaps I think what would have been better is to make it such that this can be enabled / disabled if there's not enough sulfur. I think sulfur is actually what's fucking with the logic here. I think it should be if there's not enough or too much carbon, actually, or not enough carbon. I'll come back to this eventually and try to finagle my way with the logic if we have another sort of stoppage. Like a bunch of carbonic asteroids just kind of going around in a circle here. I'll take a look at that later. But for now, we're just going to let this do its thing for now. Because it is still producing... It's not producing like a crazy amount. Like, it's producing, just not like in the ridiculous quantities that we're going to need. I mean, this is just like, we're starting this sort of adventure. It's going to be quite a lot necessary in order to get this fucking whole shebang going, right? And we still have a bunch of work that we're doing here, so we're gonna need a bunch of foundries. We're gonna need to have stone disposal. Legendary calcite, I'm gonna have to somehow finagle its way in here. So for this, these are going to be what is going to be producing the copper and the iron for our shebang, aka the whatever the fuck. Why am I blanking on this so hard right now? For the low density structures, because with the LDS, we get 3 of the things that we need. 3 of the 6 it should be. So lava goes in. We also need to take out stone. And we'll figure all this shit out. Also, we need calcite as well. Alright, so output's going to be between these two here. Or rather, what I think I want to do, we're going to use our stack inserters for these, but we're going to use the stack inserters. This is going to be stone disposal, probably. Actually, I don't think we have enough room for that, because these are also our outputs. Oh, we can just do por qué no los dos kind of a deal here, actually, right? So, do I have belts? I came all the way out here with no fucking belts. Son of a bitch. So we also have to do the same thing for copper. And then we need to start having our sort of liquefaction set up for petroleum gas to make the legendary plastic. And that's where we're going to be using the cryogenic plants for, because with the cryogenic plants, they have 8 module slots. Now, which is why we need a lot of power, and we built basically 2 extra things of shit. So the key is getting legendary plastic to make all of the LDS, aka low density structures. So that's the whole 9 yards. Which is why we're going specifically for legendary coal. Now you can make the argument that I probably should have gone for iron first, because there's a lot more products that are made with iron. And I understand that argument. However, the reason why you want to go for, and also like the return on investment in comparison to coal is way higher. However, low density structures, like I've discussed before, have a crazy amount of like intermediary products that come from it. This takes care of both copper, steel, and even plastic. That's about like 3 necessary things knocked out of the park like that. Whereas obviously iron is very important, and that's probably the first, like the next thing that we're going to take care of is make the Gamba ship for iron. Stone is probably the most important thing. So the calcite ship, which is going to be the final ship that's used for legendary calcite, the stone ship needed for that is like way less necessary, because like the only things that you need for stone and stone brick, it's just the electric harnesses, I'm pretty sure. Otherwise, there's not really much else that needs stone. No, there's not really much, honestly, that requires stone. Right, okay. Should probably start talking about the next thing. Oh no, not stupid sexy Hassan. Blast. What do we have here? CBP, so that'd be Customs and Border Protection, had that detained Hassan were hate watchers. Really? From what I remember, I believe he said that, I don't know if they were hate watchers. This might be a little bit of an embellishment here. There was like a particular, information that CBP was operating under when they detained him was all shit that was probably generated from hate watchers. But you know, we'll see what Hassan says in these clips. Maybe it'd be better to have like a full context video. But you know, what do we got here?
I'm sitting there and they're asking me about Trump. They're asking me about like Hamas, and he kept saying stuff. He kept saying stuff like, do you like Hamas? Like, do you support Hamas? Do you think Hamas is a resistance group? Do you think Hamas is a terrorist group or a resistance group? Like, he just kept asking over and over again, right? And I kept repeating the same statement over and over again. I kept saying, I kept saying a couple different things. One, in terms of like Israel and all the wars, I was like, I'm on the side of civilians. I want the endless bloodshed to end. I am a pacifist. I want wars to end. I just kept repeating that over and over again. Every single time he asked me a question, I just kept repeating that. And every single time he asked me a question, a leading question about Hamas, I kept saying, the United States State Department recognized.
So yeah, that's like the thing that like certainly can tip you off, is the fact that why am I being asked all of these leading questions? This is really, really strange. And I would probably agree with Hassan here. That is really fucking weird that this dude is asking you a bunch of leading questions, trying to like make him admit to something. Like, yeah, I am a pro-Hamas propagandist. Because a lot of his like fucking dumbass detractors, your fucking drama slop tubers, Ethan Klein, DGGers, all these fucking slop content creators, seemingly are operating under the assumption that, actually, unironically, Hassan probably is a Hamas fucking propagandist, which is just silly. Constantly speaking, Hassan has basically operated off of like, hey, you know what? Personally, it is understandable and reasonable to come to the sort of conclusion as to why a group like Hamas has formed. Very simple and easy. Because think about, broadly speaking, what Israel has done to the Palestinian population. You are surprised at all by the fact that a fucking violent political group was formed as a result of that? And I'm supposed to be shocked by this in particular, which is pretty understandable, right? That is the position that I generally operate under, and I believe that is the same thing with Hassan, or unless he's like changed his tune for some reason. But then again, operating on anything that any of these like stupid fucking slop tubers say should be taken with the most extreme grains of salt. They are, broadly speaking, untrustworthy, and nothing that they say should be absolutely believed under any circumstance. They're full of it, and they know it.
Recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. The United States State Department recognizes Hamas.
I think I would prefer to actually watch a full-fledged video. Let me try to get one from a... There's no way that there hasn't been a fucking clipper that hasn't gotten this yet already. Let's grab a quick one. I know that a bunch of, like, not content creators, but a bunch of a bunch of different clipping channels have probably talked about this. Hassan Piker CBP. Hassan CBP. I just want a clip channel, please. Thank you. Got detained. 52 minutes. Man, I don't want to fucking... just want to get to like the crazy bits. All right.
As some of you...
I just want to get to the... I just want to fucking have full contexts. I don't want this. Can we, like, not be stupid and cringe right now? Thank you.
May know. I'm somewhat of an experienced traveler, and usually, as an experienced traveler, I like to get to the Charles de Gaulle airport early, because I know, no disrespect to France, I love the country, but Charles de Gaulle airport is one of the worst in Europe. It's a major hub. I have some stories to tell you. Holy moly. All right, let me tell you, folks. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Shouts out to Chi-City, shouts out to Chirac. We got our shooters out here, okay? That was D Grizzly, shouts out to Detroit. I'm in the Windy City, and they're watching. Oh, the feds are watching? They're always watching. Feds are always like this, okay? Now we know for real. I have a lot of interesting stories to tell you, but the reality of the matter is we have... we have so many news to cover as well, which is why I'm very early, as a matter of fact, because I'll be heading over to University of Chicago, the mean streets.
Love news.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I needed to get to O Block to stay mobbed up, to be protected. Okay, no, I'm in downtown. What are you talking about? I'm in a goddamn nice hotel, as always. But my AR does have the heat sensor. For all the haters out there, if you're wondering what's going on, you know, my AR does have the heat sensor. So and it's 9:31 in Los Angeles, but it's actually 11:31 here in. And engaged in a kinetic situation where I was kinetically moved into a detention center inside of the O'Hare Airport, which I will tell you all about in a second. Oh, man, didn't pass the ocular pat down. I believe it was before the ocular pat down. It's the flight manifest that they get ahead of time. They knew who I was, and they were ready to receive me. Let's just say, and it wasn't a very warm welcome. So what's happening? What's happening in Chicago? What the was that? You know, this is only my second time coming back here, and the first time I was here for the DNC got kicked out. Second time I couldn't even enter the state almost. Okay. But yeah, I'll tell you all about it. Let me just blast off real quick because there's so much news to cover. I'm in Chirac talking about my ICBP detention. He tried to bring up deserved actual terrorists, tried to bring up like today. What is this guy saying? Hassan, my favorite supporter. He tried to bring up deserved actual terrorists. Is that Tectone? Yeah. Except also him went to some bars and you know, hung out in the city for a little bit, had a couple drinks. No one cares about but that's Tectone. It. That's all I did yesterday. I landed, I got in, I got detained. It was way too late for me to stream, and so I was like, fuck it, I'm not gonna stream. And I took a shower. I went out to the bars, and that's it. That's all I did in Chicago so far. I did not lick the bean. I didn't touch the bean. I didn't have time to flick the bean. What bars you go to? Nothing good. Start off the story at Charles de Gaulle. 3 hours, man. Yeah, that's where I'm gonna start. I thought I saw your ass at a bar. Maybe. I did get recognized a bunch. I also got recognized while I was walking out of the fucking ICE detention. But I don't think the two Hassan heads that recognized me had any idea that I was like walking out with an ICE agent. They just saw me walk out, and they were like, "Oh my God, Hassan!" Little did they know I was actually walking out of ICE detainment. But yeah, the feds, dude, they're preying on my downfall. Hold on. Hello? Yes. No, it's fine. You can cancel that then. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. All right. Bye. Yeah, that was the feds. Mushy mushy. No, business deals. No, they just don't have sugar-free Red Bull. Anyway, so all right, where do I begin? Our story begins at Paris's premier international airport, Charles de Gaulle. Okay. Now, normally I'm an experienced traveler, as some of you may know. I'm somewhat of an experienced traveler, and usually, as an experienced traveler, I like to get to the Charles de Gaulle airport early because I know, no disrespect to France, I love the country, but Charles de Gaulle airport is one of the worst in Europe. It's a major hub, but unfortunately, due to I think like a lack of interest from the managers of any of these companies, where they just refuse to hire early, and everything will be fine. I was already worried that I was going to have issues coming into the country. I felt about it already, so I was like, at least on the one side, like leaving the country of France will not be that big of a problem. And boy, was I wrong.
Preamble.
Okay, boy, was I wrong. So I hit the triple Monty. I had like a generational run. There was massive traffic going in. When you actually drive into the airport, the person that's dropping you off has to get a ticket at the gate. The ticket actually didn't work. Like, so we were stuck in traffic with like other cars behind us. Like, a driver had to get out and be like, and wave people away from the gate so that we could actually get to a gate that worked. Stuck behind classic old lady. Okay, I stopped there. Generational 3-hour run at Charles de Gaulle. And then afterwards, I get into the flight and I'm like, all right, finally. The flight was actually fantastic. I slept the entire time. I slept like a goddamn baby, slept the entire time, didn't even eat on the flight, which is crazy. Walk in. Instantly, the Customs and Border Patrol agent goes, step aside, sir. I was like, here we fucking go, all right? She goes, step aside, sir. An agent will come in and take you to another location. I was like, wait, is that proper protocol? I was like, sometimes it happens. And I was like, okay.
Okay, yeah.
At that point, I was like, okay, I'm texting like family. I'm like, this is happening. I'm texting my manager. You know, I was basically I got Lolo on. I was like, listen, you know, I'm going in. All right, I'm freaking going in. It's who knows how long this will take? Who knows what will happen? And
this literally, I think, happened once to my buddy. So back in, and it's really funny because this was in Canada. It was in Pearson, quite literally. Buddy of mine, he's Egyptian, and he also got like the fucking pat down and everything from like Canadian customs and like border protection while we were like going into for this would have been our exchange program, because I went on like a foreign exchange thing with my high school. Buddy of mine got the full fucking like 9 yards, the whole fucking meme. Like he got like a pat down and everything. They didn't take him aside, thankfully. But we knew like the broader reasoning for as to why that fucking happened. It's just like, oh, they did that because he's fucking Arab. Because they're fucking just a lot of like border protection people tend to be really fucking racist.
I had already heard like horror stories from people. There was like that one girl on TikTok that had talked about this, and I thought to myself, all right, it's done. It's happening to me as well. It is what it is. You know, M is real high. I'm about to say M is real high multiple times to get these guys off my back. So I'm waiting in the corner. This Latina ICE agent comes up, picks me to this detention center. I sit down, fluorescent light bulbs, the whole nine. Okay? They have benches in the back of O'Hare Airport where there's like a detention area. Okay, there's a detention area. I'm sitting there. There's like a bunch of terrified families. Okay, there's an old lady in a wheelchair. There's like a mom and daughter behind me. There's some like random dude in front of me. And the way it works is there's a back door, right? And they take your passport, they go to the back door, you don't know what the hell's going on in there. But they sometimes come out and they just say someone's name with their passport in their hands, and they go, you're clear to leave. So they basically, when they bring you to the detention area, they, I guess, do some kind of surveillance on your background to figure out if you are, if you're going to get harassed even further, or if this level of harassment is fine. Okay? And I asked, and I looked around at all the passports that people had to see if there were other American citizens. And lo and behold, at least in the area that I was at, I was the only American citizen. There was another guy that actually had an American passport as well. But like, because I asked the terrified family behind me, I was like, hey guys, if you don't mind me asking, like, do you guys have an American passport? They were like, no. So it turns out it's just they're terrifying the shit out of mostly non-American citizens. Okay? But apparently they're also interested in trying to terrify American citizens as well. So
classic.
They're just like coming in and out. They get this lady in a wheelchair out of there, which I thought was so insane. Old lady in a fucking wheelchair is in the ICE detention area, and they come out with their passport and they're like, here, you can leave. Okay, so that's one thing, right? Like, I've had secondary searches and stuff done to me before. I've had the I think it's called the quadruple S. Like, they put the SSSS on your boarding pass, and you always get checked randomly when you get hit with that. Like, that's happened to me a lot. In the past. Yeah. GSR swabbed all the time. That stuff is normal. I've experienced that quite a bit. Okay, but this time I didn't even have the quadruple S on my boarding pass, so I was like, all right, it's probably fine. So I wait. Finally, this agent comes out, says, Hassan Piker. I'm like, that's me. Coming with me.
Hasten.
I'm like, oh, brother, here we go. They take me to this back room. Okay. And the back room is not great. Everything, the back room is designed in the most hostile way I've ever been inside of a room. The vibes are really fucked back there. Everything is fluorescent light bulb, obviously, but they had these 2 seats that were firmly planted into the ground. Okay, they were complete metal. They were like tiny stools, very uncomfortable, with like braces on the side so you can handcuff someone to them. Okay, and
oh boy,
there was also a seat for like a lawyer. So I sat down on the lawyer seat on the corner to establish dominance because I watched too many JCS interrogation videos and I knew I had to have command over the room. So I didn't sit in the cuck chair. Instead, I sat in the lawyer chair.
No cuck chair.
And let me tell you, folks, the TikTokers that talked about being detained, they were right. It was an insane fucking situation. So it's very obvious that they knew exactly who the fuck I was. It's very obvious that they knew how to like navigate the conversation.
I'm trying to think, like, TikTokers who have been detained. Why have a bunch of TikTokers been detained, right? Like, from like traveling purposes. Like, again, you know, I've done like the song and dance, like the stupid ass meme before of like, hey guys, this is kind of the consequences of you know, having a bunch of quotas, necessary quota system for fucking your fucking immigrations and customs enforcement, you know, for like federal police. Personally, I think that's a bad thing, guys. Now, that may be a ridiculous radical statement. That, you know, that might be a bad thing, but you know.
And it was a really, really interesting conversation that took place. It was very cordial, okay? It was very cordial, which I noticed. I thought it was strange how cordial it was, because I've had run-ins with, like, cops in the past. I've had run-ins with feds in the past. Well, I guess the FBI was very cordial as well when I had some talks with them in the past. But overall, I was not expecting CBP agents to be cordial. I will say that, okay? Now, having said that, the entire process is supposed to be intimidating, so it's fucking bullshit. Like, suck my dick, cordial or whatever, okay? I think they were being cordial because they wanted me to say something that was incriminating and say something that was enough to justify further detention from that point on. And let me tell you, they certainly did do that. So he knew exactly who the fuck I was, but he was basically like broaching the conversation in a way where it was like free-flowing, where in the process of discovery, he was adding on additional talking points. He always made it seem as though he was asking certain things that after discovering in the process of that conversation, he would ask additional questions. So, you know, he's like, oh, what are you doing in Chicago? And I was very revealing. I was like, well, I was in France because I want to take my family out for Mother's Day to France, but I had to come back early from France, even though today's technically Mother's Day, because I have a speaking engagement at University of Chicago. And he was like, oh, what kind of speaking engagement? He's like, I don't know, some like journalism school stuff. And he's like, oh, well, since you mentioned that, he kept saying, oh, well, since you mentioned that, what?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, the thing that's gonna like tip it off all is like it's the leading questions shit, right? Like, obviously, that's the shit that makes it the most sus. It's like, what's going on here? That's a little weird, and you know, makes it. It's like, why are you asking these kinds of questions of me? It's a little weird. It's a little sus. Seems kind of strange.
You do as a job? And I was like, I'm a Twitch streamer. And he's like, well, since you mentioned that you're a Twitch streamer, what kind of things do you stream about? And at first I was like, do I just tell him I play video games? Because I don't think this motherfucker's gonna believe me if I say I just play video games to him, right? So I was like, yeah.
Also, yeah, there's like no benefit of like Hassan, I think, like lying here whatsoever. Like, you have to tell them what they want, basically, like quite literally. Otherwise, they're gonna like, they'll come up with like some fucking idiotic bullshit just to like snag you up on, like, because these are federal agents, right? Like, they have a lot more authority to like to fuck with your shit, way more than like not municipal, but like state agencies and shit like that. Because we're talking about like fucking ICE here and shit, dude.
I play video games, but I also do current events sometimes, drama, internet. And he's like, oh, do you talk about, since you mentioned that, you talk about the things that you talk about, do you talk about the news? And I was like, yeah, I talk about the news. And he kept saying, okay, so when you talk about the news, do you talk about the war? And I was like, what do you mean by that? He's like, do you talk about Trump? And that was the first time where I was like, what the fuck is this question? Like, I literally straight up told him, I was like, why are you asking me this? Like,
that is definitely a very weird question.
And it was interesting because
vibes
the dude asked so many insane questions, none of which is illegal, by the way. I just need you to understand, nothing I have done thus far is illegal, as in nothing I've done.
Again, yeah, like, because this is the thing, like, this is quite literally First Amendment stuff right here, right? He got detained by the state, and people are asking him questions about his, like, sort of speech. If he gets, like, you know, like, sort of further prosecuted or whatever, there could be potential, like, free speech questions that are immediately arise, right? Because he's not doing anything illegal. Not really. As much as, like, these probably, like, fucking dumbass slop tubers probably think. But then again, those guys are idiot charlatans, and they don't really know much of anything. Hassan he's not doing anything illegal. He's not doing anything wrong. This is all speech that's protected by the First Amendment. But, well, you know. Do a lot of these, like, other dumbass motherfuckers, they fucking know any of this stuff? Not really. They don't get it.
And online is illegal as of now, if that makes sense. Now, laws may change in the future, and they might actually start prosecuting speech, which I do fear is the goal of this administration. But so far, everything I've done is fully protected under the First Amendment, okay? And none of these questions are actually valid questions to ask. But I was entertaining it because I didn't want it, one, I didn't want to present it as being difficult because I didn't want to extend the detention. And two, I actually wanted to see how far I could take it. Maybe it was fucked up of me to do that. Maybe it was not appropriate for me to do that, to play fast and loose with a person that has complete control over my life in that very moment. But I wanted to see, like, what they were trying to get away, like what they were trying to take from this conversation. And so, you know, instead of just pleading the fifth as I'm supposed to do in situations like this, I just kept giving him answers. And there were definitely areas where I was very revealing about.
Yeah, because if he does plead the fifth, like, because, like, what's gonna happen here? The dude's the one in the full control. Like, if they fuck with him, or like, not that they fuck with him, like, if he gives them like a wrong, like, if he lies, like I was saying before, if Hassan were to lie about anything, like, the consequences would be way worse, right? There would be a lot of problems for Hassan, because they would be able to, like, you know, bring him further into, I guess, the fucking back rooms or some shit in order to just, like, potentially prosecute him, even, like, fucking deport him, right? That's, like, That seems like silly and ridiculous to say, but it's totally possible. Like I don't think it's like hyperbolic or anything for that to potentially happen. Like very very well. Like given the sort of like how the current administration is, like they could have fucking potentially deported his ass, much to the chagrin probably of a lot of differing content creators, more than likely, because like let's just keep it a $1.50. He hasn't done anything wrong. He hasn't. Like, what has he said? What has he done in order to like warrant like him getting I don't know, like yeeted out of the country? And he's like criticized certain people before, but otherwise like nothing really, to be honest. But
my position, knowing full well that they know exactly what they're looking for, I saw no reason to hold back on certain things. So I said, I don't like Trump. I was like, what are you going to do? It's protected by the First Amendment. I don't like Trump. Yes.
That's
right?
true.
Like, I was like, I'm not fond of him. I don't like him. He said he was going to end the wars. He hasn't ended the wars. What the fuck is up with that? You know? And the guy actually was very sympathetic. The agent was very sympathetic. JCS-style interrogation technique to come across as sympathetic to like invoke some kind of positive feelings out of me in an effort to like get me to reveal something maybe that'll trip me up. Or because he just genuinely was sympathetic and he had the vibes of someone who was like, I don't know why I'm doing this, right? But he was like, listen, I'm Iraqi, so I know. And let me tell you, I do think that him being Iraqi played a big role in this, because if he wasn't, there was a lot of fucking Redditor-ass white boys that are at Customs and Border Patrol at O'Hare Airport. I saw them walk by. There was a dude who looked like he was like 25 max, but he was balding. And I knew immediately if that motherfucker's my...
that is so fucking funny, dude. That's so fucking funny. 25 and fucking balding, Redditor ass looking white dudes. Yeah, he probably would have been cooked, right? Because they would probably do like the whole like dumbass like, oh, that's Hassan, and I've been on the Ethan subreddit and I fucking hate Hassan so much, and shit like that. They probably would have fucking gone after him for sure.
agent, I'm screwed. I'm going to CCOT. This dude is going to literally fucking cook me. So I got a little lucky. All right, I will admit. So basically, I think the reason why they sent the Iraqi CBP agent is because they bracket you into different categories. For me, they wanted to conduct an investigation about my involvement with Hamas and my involvement with the Houthis, and or they suspected my involvement with Hezbollah. Straight up. That's literally what this conversation was about. And it's not even a joke. Like they straight up fucking tried to get something out of me that I think they could use to basically detain me permanently, which is insane. Because there is no direct connection or direct involvement. So I'll say this much. So we're talking. I'm telling him like, oh, I'm Chicago. I'm going to be speaking there at the journalism school. I told him like, I don't like Donald Trump, and I was like, so why are you guys doing this? And he's like, oh, it's just like routine. It's a routine process. I was like, it doesn't feel too routine. And basically, my big fear from the entire situation was like, if they were to ask for my phone, not that there's anything incriminating in my phone, but I don't want the fucking federal government inside of my phone beyond all of the times where they probably have been engaging in like warrantless surveillance on my phone or whatever the fuck. I don't like, it's not your business. You know what I mean? It's not your fucking business. It's a goddamn free country. Like there's privacy laws for this kind of shit, right? So for those of you who don't know, by the way, they can't actually unlock your phone, but if you have biometrics on your phone, they could technically use that and put the phone to your face and unlock it that way. Hold on, let me fix this. Let me fix the banner. So just so you know, they could technically do that. Okay, they could technically do that, but there's a trick. Either you completely either you get a burner phone when you're traveling internationally, or if you have your regular phone, you can just do a passcode by either canceling biometrics, or if you forgot to do so, if you forgot to cancel biometrics like your Face ID, what you can do is click it 5 times. If you click hold 5 times in a row, it will actually disable Face ID, and it will force you to put your passcode in. And because there are laws against like the agents not being able to force you to put your passcode in, they can't actually access your phone like that. Now, there's different methods of how they can access your phone. From what I understand, they can also put it on a computer and just like plug it into a machine, and the machine just basically takes all of the information on your phone. So it is what it is. I don't know if you can actually do that if your phone is on, but I was thinking about all these things. I'd already unlocked the biometrics, like I disallowed biometrics, and it's a Faraday cage once you get into the detention center anyway, so you can't actually send any fucking text messages once you're in there. It's there's no access to the internet. But I'm sitting there and they're asking me about Trump. They're asking me about like Hamas, and he kept saying stuff. He kept saying stuff like, "Do you like Hamas? Like, do you support Hamas? Do you think Hamas is a resistance group? Do you think Hamas is a terrorist group or a resistance group?" Like, he just kept asking over and over again, right?
Yeah, they're looking to try to get him on something. Like that's not. I don't think that's like hyperbolic to say whatsoever. They're trying to get him on something. These are some fucking weird fucking questions, dude.
And I kept repeating the same statement over and over. I kept saying a couple different things. One, in terms of like Israel and all the wars, I was like, I'm on the side of civilians. I want the endless bloodshed to end. I am a pacifist. I want wars to end. I just kept repeating that over and over again. Every single time he asked me a question, I just kept repeating that. And every single time he asked me a question, a leading question about Hamas, I kept saying, the United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. The United States State Department recognizes Hamas as a terrorist organization. So, like, he just kept asking me over and over again, like Hamas, Houthis, all this shit, trying to be like, oh, do you support them? Do you like them? Like, what do you think about them? Which I thought was fucking insane, because the reality of the matter is, okay, up until this very moment, if you were to say, as an American citizen, you stand 10 toes down with Hamas, or you stand 10 toes down with the Houthis, or whatever the fuck, they can't deny you entry into the country for that shit. But I don't know what the fuck they're trying to do. So I was like, I'm not going to go beyond it. I'm not going to go beyond just like reiterating over and over again. The American government's position is that Hamas is a terrorist organization. But then he just kept asking me about the Houthis, and at that point I was like, listen, He's like, well, do you agree with the terrorist designation for the Houthis? And I said, I'm of the Brookings Institute mindset that in 2020, when Donald Trump initially designated the Houthis as a terror organization, that was a major mistake. I talk about these issues from an academic context with humanitarian rights organizations and with academics and with journalists. As a matter of fact, this is perfectly
That
is
is
perfectly
perfectly
protected under
yeah.
the First Amendment laws, and therefore, I don't understand what the reason why we're having this conversation is. And I kept saying that over and over again. At which point he just like kind of gave up. But what I thought was really interesting was, and I even followed it up with like, I do call balls. I said I call balls.
Because here's the thing with like with Hassan is definitely going to be way more like he talks about this shit every fucking day. He's going to be quite knowledgeable on it. And yeah, like the sort of like justifications that the Trump administration used to call the Houthis terrorists are very dubious at best. It was mostly in line with what? Mostly in line with what the Israelis and the Saudis want in particular, because that's like who's fucking trying to bread the butter, right? Like, let's be honest here. Like, those are like the two main guys in terms of like the war. Because what, it was 2021, right? The peace in Yemen. When was the ceasefire agreement signed in Yemen? 2012, because it's been like on and off, right? The ceasefire process. 2011, 2015, 2019, and then there's 2020 for the COVID pandemic, and here's the whoops, click on Saudi Arabia. Don't want Saudi Arabia. Brokered by the UN in 2022, April 2nd. And then 2023, United Nations International Committee of the Red Cross reported that they, kept their upheld their end of the bargain. Whatever they, talked about. But yeah. And the Houthis were designated as a terrorist organization for the behest of the Saudi Arabians. It was in 2021, so it would have been Biden who did that. When were the Houthis designated as a terrorist organization? Here you go. President Trump designated the Iranian-backed Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization in January 2021. So just as he was going out, he made them a terrorist. He put them on the designated them as a foreign terrorist organization. Definitely at the behest of Israel and the Saudi Arabians. If I know anything about as well with Trump, he did that for their interests, not because of like anyone else's particular interests, specifically for them. So.
And I, there are things that Trump has done that I actually agree with, and I'm not shy about saying those things, even though initially he said he was going to end all these wars. He hasn't done so. I think these wars are unnecessary, they're costly, and a lot of civilians die in the process. I don't think it's appropriate. I think it's very inappropriate, and it must end, right? Like that's my position. But I do think that Trump did a good thing where he implemented a ceasefire with the Houthis. So when he does stuff like that, when I agree with him, I tell him what's what. Like I say it. When I agree with Trump in a decision, I'm open about it, right? I explained that to him, and I just yapped away over and over and over again. And what I found to be particularly interesting was in the first half of the conversation, it was just like basically a fact-finding mission, right? Try to get me to say something that I think would be of interest. In the second part of the conversation, there were some real actionable items that he presented that, depending on how I answer those questions, like I'm fucking going to jail. Because the first stuff was just illegal for him to ask me those questions and completely idiotic and ridiculous. And I think they did it because they know who the fuck I am, and they wanted to
get something
the fear of God into me, not knowing that I'm a stubborn piece of shit, and that's not going to work at all, right? The second half of the conversation was actually like, because he left, went 35 minutes, came back, and then he asked like actionable items. But one thing that I will take note of that I thought was very interesting was the fact that a lot of the shit that like the Ethan Kleins of the world have like cried about over and over again were unironically brought up in that fucking conversation, and I was shocked. Okay, not like the bleep sword, obviously, but like the Houthi. Like, did you interview a Houthi? It says here that you interviewed a Houthi, and I was like, or was he actually a Houthi? And I was like, he's not. You can look to all of the reporting that came out afterwards and before I interviewed him.
That is actually, yeah, it's insane, dude. It's the fucking literal dumbass fucking Ethan Klein propaganda. Literally, these fucking slop tubers are just allowing the fucking state to be able to detain people. That is fucking insane, bro. Like, God, that is actually nuts, dude.
That he's not a Houthi, that he is a regular Yemeni citizen. I said, like, his name is Rashid al-Haddad. He's not even a Shia. And the dude, luckily, again, Iraqi, went, oh yeah, that's right. That's a Sunni last name. Al-Haddad is a Sunni last name. So
yeah, because I guarantee you, if it was one of these like stupid dumb fuck Reddit motherfuckers, they're not gonna know that. I guarantee it. If it was like a fucking, I don't know, like Reddit fucking peruser or some shit, or like some other fucking dumbass, they would not have known that Al-Haddad is not. is not Al-Houthi. That it's a completely different fucking religious sect. So yeah, I guess in that respect, that is how Hassan lucked out more or less, because you know he got someone who's actually like fucking knowledgeable and stuff like this. It's insane, man. It's actually nuts.
He must not have been a Houthi. And the very fact that that was like a point of contention that could have fucking gotten me arrested is insane. And I genuinely in that moment was thinking like, these fucking dumbass slop tubers are actually playing with fucking fire. And I even thought about not even mentioning this because I was like, I don't want to give them any sort of like power over the situation. But like, the reality of the matter is 100% the Trump administration is inadvertently working with a lot of these fucking dipshits. These dipshits are playing a formative role in getting people in trouble with the law. Okay? That is literally the case. It was shocking that that was the case, but it is the case. And
yeah, because we know with like Doge and stuff like that, like fucking like big balls and all these other fucking complete dumbasses, I guarantee you without a shadow of a fucking doubt that a lot of these fucking motherfuckers watch fucking slop content. Like, come on, let's keep it $1.50, okay? These motherfuckers definitely watch fucking slop content. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it so fucking for real. They definitely do. If you think otherwise, like if you think I'm being like fucking hyperbolic in any way, shape, or form, like, dude, come on, man. They totally are. And it's insane. Hassan almost got fucking detained because of it. Nuts, dude.
it's actually very frustrating that that is the case, that this administration doesn't care. That's why they work with Baytar. That's why they work with all these other fucking insane groups. The Barry Weisses of the world actually have motion in this goddamn admin, okay? So,
Barry
cheering,
Weiss. Yeah, Barry Weiss is also, she's fucking insane, dude. She is nuts.
Cheering this on over at ESUB. Yeah, I know. They can suck my dick. Liberals, by the way, cheering on one of the largest progressive voices in the country getting detained by the fucking Trump Gestapo. Like, what a wonderful progressive audience they have.
Very
over there.
progressive.
Anyway, they're fucking straight up fascist at this point. So my point is, it's crazy that like these were actual questions. Like, they asked me about my Twitch bans,
right?
okay? And I talked about blowback. I talked about how I said America deserved 9/11 and it was misconstrued. I do have sometimes I use hyperbolic language and it gets taken out of context or whatever. And he agreed with the blowback sentiment in terms of like the 9/11 stuff. You're dumb. Yeah, no, I told him that. I was like, yeah, they asked me about my fucking Twitch bans, chat. It's not even a joke. They asked me about fucking Twitch chat. Like, Twitch bans. Not Twitch chat, but Twitch bans. The other Twitch ban he asked me about was the last one that I got banned. And I explained to him, like, this is, man, you really talk way too much. Lawyer will be pretty upset at you. Dude, what are you talking about? I know that.
Dude, what the fuck do you mean? Like, you talk way too much. What the fuck else is he supposed to do? If he doesn't talk, like, there could be credible sort of, like, allegations saying, like, oh, this guy's not fucking talking to fucking feds, bro. Nah, dude. The feds are the ones that you have to fucking talk with, unfortunately. Because if you're withholding information from the fucking feds, dude, you're gonna get fucking cooked. So there's no other choice but to talk in that instance.
Under normal circumstances, I'm supposed to say, I want a lawyer, I don't want to talk to you. But nothing I'm doing is illegal, and I also wanted to see what would happen. Do you understand? I wanted to see what would happen. I wanted to actually see this experience, which is why instead of immediately fucking lawyering up, I was like, no, I'm gonna entertain this. I'm gonna see what they actually are trying to get out of this. And I'm glad I did this because the reality is I'm really fucking privileged, okay? Remember, I'm a public person. And also, I have enough money to be able to fight back against this sort of thing. And they know who the fuck I am. So obviously, the reason for why they're doing that is, I think, to try to create an environment of fear, to try to get people like myself, or at least like others that would be in my shoes that don't have that same level of security, to shut the fuck up. And for me, I'm gonna use the privilege that I have in that moment to try.
Yeah, I pretty much 100% agree with Hassan on this case. Like, there's no fucking... Like, why the fuck else would they do this, right? Like, they wanted to fucking be like, make an example out of him and tell him to shut your fucking bitch ass up, okay? Fuck you. Eat shit. We hate you. Suffer. This is actually insane, dude.
And see what the fuck they're doing, okay? Because every single thing that they ask me, trying to get me to say something like, oh, I support Hamas or whatever, is literally not allowed. Like, they are not, what the fuck do you mean? Like, why is this denying me entry into the country of my birth? Like, this is my birthright, I'm an American citizen. You can't just stop me at the fucking border and be like, what's your opinion on Donald Trump? You're not allowed to enter the nation. Like, that's fucking bullshit. So that was the first half, like I said. They asked about the Twitch fans, they asked about like the Rick Scott statement. And I was like, listen, I laughed. I was like, I'm not calling for the assassination of a sitting senator, it'd be fucking insane. But instead, I explained to him, like, I was talking about the hypocrisy of the Republicans, blah, blah, blah. I explained away all that shit. And he was understanding. Then he went back and he came back, and the actionable items that came up afterwards was basically asking me about if I'd ever been in contact with Hamas, if I'd ever been in contact with the Houthis, directly or indirectly, if I'd ever actually been in contact with Hezbollah, if I'd actually ever offered financial support or logistics or any kind of support to Hamas, Hezbollah.
Which, yeah, Hassan obviously has not done, but all these stupid fucking dumb fuck slop tubers keep saying he does, constantly. And they get fucking millions upon millions of views. And guess what? Since a lot of these motherfuckers are not responsible with their platforms, they're stupid fucking morons, incredibly fucking lazy. They don't give much of a shit at all about their fucking positions or the platforms that they have, and are incredibly sloppy, lazy, dog shit fucking content creators. whoa, like, should anyone be like fundamentally fucking surprised that, like, you know, that there could be some potential consequences of that because of how lazy these motherfuckers are? It's actually insane that this happened. Crazy.
Or Houthis. They straight up asked me that. I laughed. I said, no, of course not. But yeah, that was, once again, these are questions that they're asking. But one thing that I thought was really interesting was in the actionable side of things, they also asked, have you ever interviewed a member of Hamas? Have you ever had communication or correspondence with a member of Hamas, Hezbollah, or the Houthis? Now, what's really fucking insane about that is that as someone who works in media, sometimes I do actually do journalism, right? As I maintain this position over and over again. And I said that I would have given the opportunity to talk to someone that is a part of the Ansar Allah movement, a Houthi, or even Hamas, or even Hezbollah, right? I think that I have the right to do so. And what was interesting, you don't do journalism, you grift. I know, Chatter. That's why the fucking federal government is trying to arrest me. Yes, because I'm grifting too hard. That's what it is. Thank you.
True.
Yes, your fucking dumbass slop tuber is correct. I'm grifting. So what's interesting, asking that's a violation of prior restraint. So that part, like those are the questions that are like actionable, right? Like those are how do you even classify a member of Hamas? It's not even Hamas issues passports. Yeah, it's ridiculous, right? But that is
it's
the part where they were like, if you answer yes to any of that, that's when, you know, there's like actually illegal stuff in there. Having said that, there's one part of it that wasn't illegal, which is being in communications or being in contact with someone Hamas. Like that is a part of journalism you actually can do. It's fucking ridiculous. Like you can interview ISIS. Like what?
That is true. Yeah, exactly. Like hasn't Vice done like interviews with like members of like terrorist organizations before? I'm pretty sure they have, right? But like, you know, all these motherfuckers probably wouldn't have a problem with that, right? But you know, it's bad when fucking himbo bumbling dumb fuck himbo does it or some shit. This is fucking wild, dude. But you know, slop tubers, we love slop tube.
What are we talking about? The notion that this would be an issue for the Customs and Border Patrol is fucking ridiculous, okay? I mean, Donald Trump is in contact with Hamas. He had a fucking envoy directly talk to Hamas a couple months prior. He's in direct contact with the fucking Houthis. Like, what are you talking?
He's been in fucking direct contact with the fucking Taliban before, right? Like, how do you think they fucking, like, he released fucking prisoners who were part of the fucking Taliban, Donald Trump, but he's not a fucking getting detained by Customs and Border Protection. Like, do none of these like fucking slop tube dipshits have like any understanding of this? That's a rhetorical question. Yeah, they definitely fucking don't.
Talking about. And so is drop site. Like the idea that this will deny you entry into the country is fucking bullshit. Like what are we talking about? What do you mean? Like what kind of insane double standard is there, right? And so that part was frustrating. And the interrogation, whatever you want to call it, that basically ended with me asking like, so what is the purpose of this? Like, am I being detained? And because I was like, you know that I'm going to talk about this. And I was like, a lot of people have talked about this like detainment structure. And he was like, yeah, people really exaggerate. How these things go. And I was like, well, it is not a great situation to be in, you know, like. What do you mean? And yeah, he was like, yeah, there's been a lot of reporting on
like,
you know, the conditions in situations like this in detainment. But you're not technically detained. I was like, so I can leave? Like I asked him, like am I detained? And he's like, no. I was like, all right, so what's the purpose of this entire situation? I can just walk out right now. And basically,
yeah, that's true. He could just leave, right? It's like, okay, am I being detained? Like this is the same shit that fucking like who are like those fucking lawyers who tell you first lesson, fucking shut the fuck up. Quite literally, like it's just like, am I allowed to go? Am I being detained? And then you can just fucking leave, right? They say like, well, yeah, actually you're not being detained. It's like, yeah, you can just leave. You can do that. Just be like, all right, I'm going. See ya, bye, idiot.
When I said that, the interview ended. So I don't know if that was something that I should have said from the start. Am I being detained? You know, what's the deal here? But basically, yeah, it was an illegal pretense. Like, well, that's your Fourth Amendment right? No, you don't have. Okay, chatters. I need you to understand something. So after I said, am I being detained or whatever, he was like, no, well, you know, he didn't like abruptly end it. He kept asking some questions, but it pretty much ended after that. And I don't know if that was like, I got lucky there, because when I asked like, am I free to live, that kind of stopped the process a little bit. And I don't know if that's the reason why I didn't have them look through my phone, but I wasn't planning on letting them look through my phone anyway. That was my point. Like there was a line where I was going to say, I'm done with this. Either fucking arrest me or, you know, let me go. I don't know what the fuck's happening here. And I got detained. I didn't get detained. Yes, chatter. Yes. ICE agents took me to a detention center. That is a de facto detention. Like, what are you talking about? The total runtime of it was like 2 hours.
That's how that works, yep.
Which was definitely faster than I thought it was going to be, I will admit. And I probably should have asked, am I being detained from the start? And I wonder what would have happened. But I basically asked him, like, do you think this is going to happen again? Right? I was like, is this going to happen again? Hold on. I asked, like, you know, am I going to be detained in the future? And he said, maybe. And he gave me this piece of paper, this sheet from Homeland Security. What is DHS trip? Okay. And you can, I guess, submit an inquiry at dhs.gov/trip and ask why I was stopped. You will be prompted to describe your particular concerns and experience, provide contact information to which a response will be directed, and be assigned a case number to help you monitor the progress of your inquiry, which I will do. Okay, I will do this. He basically said, you know, you can figure out what not to do so that this doesn't happen again. And I suspect that what not to do is just don't be a fucking political commentator that speaks about American foreign policy.
Yeah, just don't talk about foreign policy, guys.
Now, why did I tell you guys about this experience? Okay, why did I tell you about this entire experience? Like, because in my mind, I thought maybe I shouldn't reveal this stuff because I think like the goal here is to put fear into people's hearts, to have a chilling effect on speech. That like the government is unafraid of intimidating you in illegal ways. Okay, the government is now officially willing and able to intimidate you for speech, for your speech. That is a direct violation of the First Amendment. I'm an auditor. I'm no big city libertarian. I'm no Mr. Admiral Maritime Law. But the reality of the matter is that as of this administration, they are totally willing and able to actually come after you for your speech, and even with like ridiculous shit. Like they're willing and able to go along with like stuff that gets written in the free press, or willing and able to go along with shit that even fucking Redditors bring up. Okay, that's how stupid and silly this situation has gotten. Now, of course, does this stop me from saying whatever the fuck I want to say? Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. But the reason why I wanted to talk about it was to give you more insight into what the government is doing and to speak out against this sort of stuff, because I do have a position of privilege here, and I want to make sure that like if they can do this to me, like they probably are willing to do this to others as well. But you should know your rights. That you should not be fearful, and you should not worry, especially if you're an American citizen, that these guys are gonna come after you and like arrest you or some shit. Okay? Was your interview recorded? I don't know, but it is pretty wild. I will say, as someone who's been held up in.
I could probably. It probably was bugged. Let's be honest here. Like, Hassan is prominent enough to have like something like that probably happen to him, right? I don't think that's ridiculous to say. Shit, there probably was a bug in there. There's no way, right?
Airports many times over. It was actually shocking. It was actually shocking that these guys totally fucking grabbed me, knowing exactly who I am, knowing that I will most likely talk about this, with the hopes that I think that they would at least stoke some fear and threaten people like myself, and then also threaten others as a byproduct of this. I mean, it backfired in my situation, but I hope this doesn't discourage others from speaking out as well. It's fucking bullshit. They don't have the right to do this, okay? They do not have a right to do this. If you don't already know, your ops are doing mass email campaigns to the feds to try and get this exact same thing to happen. Yeah, I know. They can suck my cock for all of my fucking dumbass ops. I think it's really crazy. I think it's really, really crazy that the government is willing and able to work with like genuine schizophrenic stalkers, whether they be Beitar or any other group. It is actually wild that they're willing and able to work with these people. It blows my mind. But you know, that is where we're at. It also blows my fucking mind that there are people who see this kind of stuff and go, "Oh, that's wonderful." It's like swatting, but this time, it's the
fucking
federal swatting that we can do. We can get the federal agents to like jail people that my favorite content creator doesn't like. But the problem is airports are not constitutional free zones. That's why the ICE pushes to make you comply with them. That's not entirely correct. Lesbian Boulevard. There is precedent after years and years of there's years and years of precedent post 9/11 war on terror world where they have actually created a structure where they can get away with violating your Fourth Amendment rights in airports. Like it's an illegal gray area. But yeah, here was Lolo. Rules take DHS flagging and containing one of U.S.'s largest left-wing voices for the political opinions, while the Trump admin suggests they might suspend habeas corpus does not portend well for the future. Yeah, that's where we're at. What was the reason for the detainment?
Yeah, Stephen Miller has been talking about suspending habeas corpus. Yeah, that's true. And this has also been fucking happening to like a bunch of TikTokers, like fucking Hassan was mentioning earlier, right? Like they could just like randomly fucking detain you for like no fucking reason, which is pretty fucking crazy, pretty wild. This is actually fucking nuts, bro. Like, what the fuck, dude?
It's because I am flagged in the flight manifest. Even ACLU and most civil rights organizations acknowledge that SCOTUS precedent that effectively erases Fourth Amendment protections in border entry zones such as international airports. They more so suggest either wiping your devices or bringing burner devices. Yeah. Saw you at O'Hare and tried to get selfie with you, but your private security took you into a VIP room to avoid normies like me. Didn't realize you were too good for your fans. Some socialist you turned out to be. Good one. There was actually two Hasanabi heads as I was walking out of ICE detention. There were two Hasanabi heads. They probably had no idea that I was walking out of ICE detention with a fucking agent in front of me. But is this going to change the way you travel? No, sure. But it does actually gum up the works a little bit in terms of going to Cuba. I did want to go to Cuba, but now I don't know. And no, I'm not going to fucking go to Kat's campaign office, chat. What are you guys, stupid? I'm sorry. I know she's excited, but you guys don't have to literally fucking be like, hey, can you, instead of covering the news, go to Kat's campaign office? I can't do that today, chat. There is a shit ton of news that I have to get to, and then at fucking 4 p.m. I have to leave to go to the university.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. He wants to go to Cuba, huh? That could certainly cause problems, because now he's been fucking detained by DHS. I guarantee you, because currently, like, Cuba is still on the terrorist watch list, like, quite literally, which, that's, like, insane to fucking think about, that they're even on there to begin with. That's wild, but even though they're, like, still under embargo and everything, like, guys, the terrorism of Cuba, they sent some doctors to you. Oh no, what terrorism? Oh, crazy. That's also, like, pretty fucking nuts, right? Because he could potentially get detained again by, I mean, maybe it wouldn't even necessarily be, DHS at this point, but it'd probably be, like, the feds or something, like, the FBI being like, hey, what's up? I see you talked with, you went to Cuba. What's up with that? And it's just like, I did like nothing there, dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like, okay, man, sure. And some like fucking complete nonsense can happen from there. But yeah, they're like operating off of the information from fucking stupid slop tubers. This is like the fucking point that we're getting to, which is why it's just like, I go as like hard as I can against these like complete fucking morons, because it's just like, this is like the sort of byproduct. This is the consequence of like this, I don't know, dreck nonsense, idiocy. Like, quite literally, like, anyone can just seemingly get, like, randomly detained for, like, any fucking idiotic reason, especially, like, with all the talk about, like, yeah, we're gonna think about starting to, suspend habeas corpus, and we're gonna, like, take away as many, like, civil rights and liberties and freedoms as possible. Like, motherfucker, if you don't think that, like, these pieces of shit aren't gonna come after you, they're gonna also come after you. Like, if they suspend all the fucking civil rights, what? They're gonna go after people like fucking Hassan first, obviously, because they're the fucking voices that can push back against this shit. But, you know, none of these, like, stupid slop tubers, these fucking morons, these complete troglodytes, what, you think any of these dumbasses care about that? Fuck no.
University of Chicago, deliver a speech. Okay, there's a lot going on today. I'm sorry, but oh, I forgot. There was other questions they asked, like, have you traveled to the Middle East? Have you been to any of the Gulf states? All this shit. And you know, it is what it is. I'm not discouraged. I'm not intimidated. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I just wanted to give you guys. I know Kat wants us to hang out. I can't do that today. Did they ask who funds you? No, they asked if I funded them, not the other way around. So that was my Customs and Border Patrol experience, and yeah, it's just like pure intimidation tactics, and it was very similar to the experience that one TikTok. But luckily, I never got to the point of having them go through my phone, and that was my red line. Like, no matter what, that was where I was gonna be like, no, you can't do that, and you know, arrest me then if you want to. Is this speech open to the public? We are going to be live streaming it. We're live streaming the speech. Okay. Did they ask why you say you're a gaming streamer despite not playing games? Yes. Any plans for Chicago meetup? No. I'm gonna be flying out after my speech. I'm going to University of Chicago. I'm going to University of Chicago to talk to. With the STED, and we're just gonna do like a back and forth. I think there's like questions. They had the most signups ever for any fucking speaking engagement on the campus, and they're very excited, and I'm very excited as well. Where was it? There was this is the experience that closely resembled, by the way. I detained a woman who runs anti-Trump TikTok. She's a U.S. citizen born and raised. She was detained for hours. As agents searched her phone, social media, even demanding financial statements on how much she earns on TikTok. They never asked me for my financial statements either. The woman who goes by I of Saab was returning from a European vacation to the Miami International Airport with a valid global re-entry card issued to her as a U.S. citizen, but she also had global entry. Do you charge speaker fees? No. Sometimes, not usually. How worried were you about actually being arrested? I did not know. I had no idea. I had no idea if I was gonna be fucking arrested or not. I didn't know if this was like. I did not know that this was going to be a moment where I get. I didn't know if this was going to be a moment where I was going to be the precedent-setting court case. You know what I mean? Like, that is definitely a worry that I have for sure. It's something that I think about because eventually, somewhere down the line, someone is going to be the precedent-setting court case of whether or not someone gets prosecuted for speech and speech alone. Because the line right now is material support, and that line is being blurred by this current administration with Mahmoud Khalil, with Mohsen.
You know, with Mohsen Madawi and everything, yeah. He is correct there. Like, what do they mean by material support? Well, did Mahmoud Khalil and Mohsen Madawi provide material support? Like, Ramesa Öztürk, did she provide, like, material support? No. Like, no. There was no money sent to, like, Hamas or any of these organizations. It's fucking wild, dude. Just, like, hearing about this. Yeah, he got fucking detained. And this is like, hey, dumbass fucking, hey. Slop tubers, I'm jingling the fucking keys. We're jingling the keys. Got your fucking attention here. This is like literally how it fucking happens, right? Quite literally. Like, these motherfuckers had a contributing factor. I think they pretty much had a contributing factor because they like, just kind of like based off of the nature of a lot of the leading questions that were asked. Like, you have to think to yourself for like literally 3 seconds. Like, why are these like particular questions being asked in the way that they are? Like why? This is like strange and confusing. Well, this is why. Like, because whoa, crazy! Like, a bunch of like motherfuckers want to like detain Hassan. They want to fucking detain him, for fuck's sake. For what was his crime? His crime was I don't know, being too much of a himbo or whatever the fuck. It's insane, dude. Actually, that we are getting to the point where like Hassan can just be like randomly fucking detained for like what was his crime? Saying that bombing Palestinian children was bad. It's honestly, it's nuts, dude. Like, I can't, like, I'm just like trying to think of like what else can be said about like something like this. Is that, I don't know, man. It's insane. It's insane. It really, really is. Like, just the fact that like quite literally you can get like, I don't know, owned or some shit. I don't even know how like I'm trying to like put this exactly. The fact that he can like get detained and like potentially arrested for this shit is just fucking nuts to me, man. It really, really is. And this is like unfortunately the sort of like situation that we find ourselves in because of like all these like fucking slop tube fucking pieces of shit, dude. Quite literally. All this like stupid dumbass propaganda that's like constantly like swirling around and just complete nonsense that's being said on the fucking daily is leading to potentially people getting like fucking arrested, their rights suspended, and you know, then potentially getting completely yeeted out of the country over what exactly? I don't know. Like my favorite slop tuber said that Hassan was a terrorist, so I don't know, therefore he must be a terrorist. It's fucking insane that it's gotten to this fucking point, dude. That's like, I don't know, like, what else is there really to be said about this besides I don't know, my hatred of slop tube? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think I just hate slop tube. I hate slop tube. I hate them. 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 And like, I've said this before. but it's gonna get a lot worse potentially, right? Because of like just the like sheer amount of power that has been concentrated more and more so in like the executive. They have like vested interests that stop stuff like this because they just want to like get away with like more and more horrific crimes constantly. There's definitely interests at play to stop voices like Hassan's from being able to promulgate themselves further and further within like I don't know, like the sort of like broader cultural zeitgeist. Like I don't know, the fact that it's gotten like this ridiculous is just like that's the Jesus Christ kind of like just the crazy thing about this. It's all because of fucking just YouTube slop. That's the most ridiculous part about this. The sort of like I don't know, triggering factor, the sort of like main contributing factor, are all because of like dumbass slop tubers who have no fucking idea what they're talking about. Like motherfuckers like Ethan Klein potentially getting Hassan put in fucking like federal jail because like, you know, he's a fucking weirdo loser who has like a conniption about you know, a dumbass fucking himbo. It's just insane that it's gotten to this point. I don't know. It's just nuts that we've gotten to here. I'm gonna be honest. The restrictions and the sort of like I don't know, rescinding of civil liberties. It's only gonna accelerate. It's gonna get worse. And like, are these like do these slop tubers care about any of this fucking stuff? Of course not. A lot of them actively are for it because of, I don't know, whatever perceived political slights that they have against certain people. Because eventually they're gonna go after them next. You know, like, what, you think Mudahar's gonna be fucking safe in like the U.S. or some shit? Probably not. Well, motherfuckers like Ethan Klein, does he think he's gonna be safe as soon as like more and more erosions of civil liberties and rights occur? Fuck no. Obviously not. No, it's only gonna get fucking worse. But you know, this is just how it starts, man. This is how it always started. They go after like some of the most biggest prominent voices that would actively point out this behavior, saying like, hey, this is fucked up and this is kind of bad. And they sort of like go down the rung there. Once they go after the biggest voices that would point out all the bad behavior, then whoa, crazy. They're going to go after the fucking people that, you know, don't have as big of a voice. And it's much easier in order to get, you know, to basically like get them. It's insane, dude, that this is like the sort of point that we're getting at. But, you know, any of these slop tubers care about that? No, of course not. They don't give a shit. They prefer to see you suffer, to be honest. But, you know, my whole sort of like spiel on how much I hate slop tubers aside, like, it's like stuff like this is only just gonna get worse. Like, it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. It's not looking great. It's not looking great in terms of civil liberties. I'm gonna keep it $1.50. I'm gonna be honest, really. Nice. I'm going to go grab some water because I am quite thirsty. Also, my head is killing me. I didn't say bye to Boy Meets Mini when he left the stream. Oh well. We are back. I don't think I had enough water today. That's probably what the problem I'm having. Not enough water. Need more water. Man, there's a lot of shit left to talk about. Ugh. Alright. Probably something a little lighter. Like, that's, like, silly, I suppose. I'll be honest. So, we all know about, like, the sort of idiotic, like, conspiracy theory saying that, whoa, crazy, hey, man, won't anyone think of all the Afrikaners and the white genocide that's going on in South Africa for whatever reason, despite the fact that white Afrikaners still hold, like, a majority of what? A majority of, like, all the power within South Africa. The crazy. Unfortunately, this is, like, a debate that seemingly still happens to this day for whatever fucking reason within, like, the United States. The, like, guys, there's a white genocide of Afrikaners. Yeah, this is so bad and wretched. Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous, man, dude. Honestly, like, the United States will start bringing in the first group of white South African refugees next week. Refugees of what exactly, right? Like, is there a civil war going on in South Africa that I'm not aware of? Is there, like, race discrimination? Oh, apparently that's what they're saying. Of race discrimination? Like, there's no evidence to suggest that, like, what? Like, white South Africans, facing racial discrimination. Like, what's, like, the evidence of this at all? Is there anything for this? This stupid conspiracy theory? Because so far, like, a lot of the people that I see talking about this are just like, oh, yeah, dude, there's, like, a lot of white genocide about, like, the Boers, constantly, suffering because of, what, black people are doing in South Africa. This is something that's definitely happening all the time. Yeah, like, totally, dude. South Africa criticizes U.S. plan to accept white Afrikaners as refugees. As far as I can tell, there's no fucking evidence. What, like, people are talking about, like, farm, that, like, is getting raided out. Like, you see all these, like, dipshits. Man, these guys seem like, they're in a lot of distress and stuff. Man, they're probably suffering a lot. Apparently, they didn't even take the land that was in use, just the inactive land. They still have a ton of land. Like, when I said that there's no basis for any of this nonsense. It's just a complete fucking bunk conspiracy theory. It's nonsense. There's nothing to it. It's stupid fucking bullshit. And it's like, actually, no, clearly, white South Africans are definitely suffering as a result of the ANC governance. Yeah, sure, man. Like, what do we have here? South Africa has criticized the U.S. as reports emerged suggesting Washington could receive white Afrikaners as refugees as early as next week. A document seen by the BBC's U.S. partner CBS describes the potential resettlement a priority for the Donald Trump government. However, the timing has not been publicly confirmed by the White House. In a statement published Friday, South Africa's foreign ministry described the purported move as politically motivated and designed to undermine South Africa's constitutional democracy. In February, Trump described Afrikaners as victims of racial discrimination in an executive order. That's so fucking funny, dude. Opening up the prospect for them to resettle in the U.S. Dude, we gotta do our own demographic replacement by taking white populations from different countries and settling them in our country. Duh, obviously. And, like, again, what's the fucking alleged thing that, like, apparently there's been, like, what, land redistribution programs or something being given to a lot more black people who are the higher majority within the fucking population, and meanwhile the Afrikaners, like the Boer population, are like significant minority, but you know, they held all the power, and they're honestly, let's keep it a $1.50. These people are just fucking mad about the fact that they lost in apartheid. Let's keep it honest here. It's all about the fact that they're Packwatch, Rip Bozo, fucking fuck you, you stupid losers. They lost, right? They're mad that they fucking lost. Let's be honest here. That's why, okay? Let's be quite fucking clear here. They're just mad that they fucking lost apartheid. That's all that there is to it. But, you know, whatever. Stupid bullshit aside. The South African authorities said they won't block the departures of those chosen for resettlement, but said they had sought assurances from the U.S. that those selected had been fully vetted and did not have pending criminal charges. The statement added that allegations of discrimination against the country's white minority were unfounded, and that crime statistics did not indicate that any racial group had been targeted in violent crimes on farms. Wait, yeah, that's what they're fucking using? South African, crime statistics. What's the stats? If they're just using the general, murder rate or something, let's, see. Farm attacks. Here we go. Annual farm attacks and murders from 2010 to 2023. They've been going down. Murders 2023 projected. Attacks 2023 projected. So everyone and their mother, all the conservative commentators are saying that it's the black people that are doing this, but when it could also be the other way around. From 1944 to 2020, South Africa experienced 13,000 farm attacks, during which 2,000 commercial farmers were killed. Besides others who were injured or wounded, since 2014, black farmers have also become victims. Residents of farms have a 4 times greater chance to be murdered than the average South African, and the elderly constitute a large proportion of victims. However, there is insufficient data to reliably estimating murder rate for South African farmers. Because again, a lot of these motherfuckers see, look at all these attacks, look at this graph, look at this statistic. That means that there's definitely a bunch of white people that are getting murdered. And they'll, point to, 1 or 2 articles that they think sort of, confirm these, idiotic suspicions that they have, even though it's just, it's one article. It's literally just, one thing. And you're gonna make, a whole fucking fuss and a muss and a bus about it. It's just, it's silly. It's silly. It's silly, dude. When there's just, no way to say, there's just not enough evidence to say that it's, a bunch of black people killing white people. There's just not enough to say. These crimes against farmers and their black or white staff have gained notable press, given the country's past racial tensions. Proposed solutions include the creation of specialized reaction units for research and statistical analysis, improved crime intelligence, drone and other technology, and the designation of farm attacks as priority crimes. The DA proposed harsher sentences and a reclassification of farm attacks as a priority and hate crimes. Beke Sele, in a written reply to Parliament, said the farm attacks or murders would not be classified as priority crimes, but assured parliamentarians that farm murders are taken very seriously. Yeah, because all these dumbass racists really would care about that. It's just silly, man. So it's mostly unfounded. Crime statistics do not indicate that any racial group has been targeted. If they're just using general fucking statistics like this means ultimately nothing. It just means that there's been a bunch of fucking attacks, right? There have been attacks on farms and stuff. Does that mean it's all being committed by one ethnicity against another ethnicity? No, obviously not. It's very fucking stupid. But, racists are gonna fucking conflate things all the time. Every fucking time. Let's see. Some groups representing the rights of white farmers have said they are being deliberately killed because of their race, even though there is no evidence to say that. A spokesperson for the U.S. State Department told the BBC they were interviewing individuals interested in resettling the U.S. and prioritizing Afrikaners in South Africa who are victims of unjust racial discrimination. Sure, man. They did not confirm when the resettlement would begin. The Trump administration also accused South Africa of seizing lands from white farmers without compensation, something Pretoria has repeatedly denied. Elon Musk. Wonder why this guy's fucking saying it. A top advisor in the Trump administration who grew up in South Africa during apartheid has been critical of Pretoria, claiming that it had that it is leading a genocide against white farmers. Evidence? None. Just none. Idle conjecture. Ridiculous nonsense. U.S. officials have... keep in mind, Elon Musk's fucking grandparents also were decided to go to what? South Africa because of apartheid. But well, you know, that tomato, potato, potato. You know, who cares about any of that stuff, eh? It's silly. It's silly. It's ridiculous, man. I hate this shit. It's so dumb. And these people always act like the most fucking, like, annoying ass fucking motherfuckers about this kind of stuff, too. It's just like, it's like, oh, what is the evidence for this? Oh, there's none? Is this complete idle conjecture? Just complete nonsense? Okay, cool. Why the fuck are we complaining about this shit, then? It's silly. It's dumb. It's stupid. He's just doing, Elon Musk is just saying the stuff that he's saying because he's a fucking racist. Like, that's it. That's it. According to U.S. media... what U.S. officials have planned a press event on Monday at Dulles Airport in Virginia to welcome the group. Dawkins seen by CBS show. According to U.S. media, 54 Afrikaners will arrive as a part of the first group. The decision to accept South Africans as refugees comes as the Trump administration has halted nearly all migrant asylum claims, of course, which is illegal. You can't do that. In February... South Africa criticized Trump's executive order opening the U.S. up to resettlement of white Afrikaners, saying in a statement, "It is ironic the U.S. is open to accepting a group that remains amongst the most economically privileged while denying vulnerable people from other parts of the world asylum." That's why he wants to bring them in, because they're economically fucking privileged. That's why. Afrikaners and white people in general, despite being a minority of the population, still have, well, the most societal control within South Africa. That's not hyperbole. That's not silly or ridiculous to say. It is factual. But, you know, what do you mean? Like, they're being discriminated against Adaho? Like, what do you mean? You're just racist and you hate Africans. That's what it is. Yeah, sure, man. Whatever, dude. It's just like... What the fuck else are you supposed to say about this besides it's just like it's stupid and it's dumb. Like, yeah, these people certainly look like they're really struggling and they have had a lot of problems in their life. Yeah, sure, man, totally, I believe that. It's silly. What do we have here? What does Trump say about that? What? Because they're getting killed and we don't have to see people getting killed. It's a genocide that's taking place. Very ironic coming from this motherfucker, dude. Like... even though, like, despite the fact that he is having tensions with Netanyahu now, which is hilarious to see, but, like, this motherfucker doesn't give a shit about any of this stuff.
Discrimination in their home country are heading to the United States, right, where your administration is going to welcome them as refugees. Now, this comes as you've halted virtually all refugee admissions for people fleeing famine and war from countries like Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Why are you creating an expedited path into the country for Afrikaners but not others?
Because they're being killed, and we don't want to see people be killed. Now, South Africa leadership is coming to see me, I understand, sometime next week. And, you know, we're supposed to have I guess, a G20 meeting there or something. But we're having a G20 meeting. I don't know how we can go unless that situation's taken care of. But it's a genocide that's taking place that you people...
This is so fucking funny. It's nonsense. This is completely unfounded. There's like no evidence to suggest that this is happening. Yeah, God, it's so fucking... It's goofy, bro. It's just goofy. It's just goofy.
People don't want to write about, but it's a terrible thing that's taking place. And farmers are being killed. They happen to be white. But whether they're white or black makes no difference to me. But white farmers are being brutally killed, and their land is being confiscated in South Africa. And the newspapers and the media.
Evidence. Nothing. There's like nothing to say that this is the fucking case. It's bunk. Bunk, dude. Complete fucking bunk. It's just goofy, man. Goofy.
Television media doesn't even talk about it. If it were the other way around, they'd talk about it. That would be the only story they'd talk about. And
Yeah, because it's unfounded. That's why no one's fucking talking about it, because it's just complete conjecture, nonsense. That's being stirred up by a bunch of like dumb fucking racists. That's why no one's talking about it, because it's unfounded claims. Silly.
I don't care who they are. I don't care about their race, their color. I don't care about their height, their weight. I don't care about anything. I just know that what's happening is terrible.
Then why aren't you okay, this is really funny coming from the fucking dude who literally is like refusing to allow like most other fucking people be able to come in. Like, are there like black South Africans that have probably asked for asylum claims? Probably. Has Trump let any of those guys in? Has he? Oh, probably not. This is how you know that this is just, it's complete bunk, it's bullshit, it's stupid. That, like, there's just nothing there to this. He's just doing this because he's a fucking racist. That's all that there is. That is the one commonality. That is the one common factor that you can work with, and that is obvious. He's just doing this because he's a fucking racist. That's it. Simply put, I don't think there's like any other like hyperbole that we need to like really fucking work with here. Like, is there anything like I could be like more ridiculously hyperbolic or some shit? Like, they're just doing this because they're racist and they just don't like black people. That's it. Despite the fact that literally all of the officials in that country have said like there's just no evidence. There's just no evidence. It's just complete conjecture and nonsense. But yeah, you know, whatever. Who cares? Just
Oh, Afrikaners, they're suffering, folks. Let me tell you, folks, so many Afrikaners are suffering. They're suffering, they're having such a hard time, folks. Let me tell you about the struggles of the Afrikaner. I have to tell you, they're having so much hardship over in South Africa, folks. They really are.
Even though there's no there. The basis of this is just like, yeah, like literally there's just nothing saying that this is the case. Like there's no evidence at all whatsoever. Like, this is just very ironic and hilarious coming from the fucking dude who has like literally refused to allow refugees from other countries to come into their country. But whatever, man. Like, irony has been lost long ago on the fucking like dumbass Trump administration. Let's be honest here. Like, you think any of these motherfuckers really give a shit about any of this stuff? Please, yeah, they could care. These guys could honestly care less. Let's be real here. Alright, cool. Okay, so now we have... Perfect. Now we just have to get water in somehow. Which is going to be a lot easier said than fucking done. If we finagle the pipes, so we have to just kind of do it this way then. have to figure out how the fuck I'm gonna get the nutrients up there. So we're gonna be consuming a lot more fucking carbon. Because this process is quite carbon expensive, very carbon hungry. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. It works. That's all that matters. If it works, it works. That's all that matters. Hey. Now we have to turn that stuff into explosives. Explosives. Explo. Sulfur and water. We just need sulfur and the coal. Okay, so when we have all this shit taken care of, There we go. Nice. Now to just get... We can do a little bit of a trick here. We don't want that there. What we want is to just have it hit like so. Because that means it'll always go only on one of the sides. So then we're going to make a filter like this. Prioritize like so. Boom. Alright. That does that. All of my funny tricks have worked.
We do a little bit of trolling, folks. We like to troll. All of my funny little tricks. All of my funny little Factorio knowledge.
Not too much left to talk about. A lot of stuff in the news today. Stuffing in the water should be a relatively easy proposition. Poip. Do like this. Boom, boom. 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 That's explosives. Now that we have explosives, you now start to craft artillery shells. Which means we need, should be tungsten plate. I'm going to say 2,000. So off you go to go grab that for me as well now. Because we're going to produce the artillery shells here. Because it's way easier to do that in comparison to shipping them in. Because you can't carry as many artillery shells in comparison to just producing them here. Probably need a couple of assembly machines for that. Because we want to make sure that all these encroaching fucking nests get fucking taken care of. These fucking guns. This is probably the best way to take care of them. It's with artillery. Now, I'm not sure if they're going to go after the artillery, but just in case, we'll have a nice line of Tesla turrets. Because the inhabitants will get mad. You say hello to the inhabitants. They're very, very threatening and very big and annoying and stupid. But you can just perma-stun them, basically. So you. Tungsten plate. 2,000.
I want these artillery shells to be produced quickly.
Do I have a thing crafting radars here? I don't think so. Yeah, we do. I was prepared. Okay, so let's start to request the necessary stuff. So what? It's going to be radar, explosives, calcite. We have calcite. We produce that automatically ourselves. So calcite, radar, tungsten. Lovely. They should add an end boss like the Ender Dragon, the Ant Lion. The final boss of this game is basically planet-sized asteroids. The final boss of this game is getting to the Shattered Planet. That's the final boss of this game. So so how you beat the game is you get from Aquilo to the edge of the solar system. You make a spacecraft that's capable of interstellar travel. Now, if you want to go further than that, you can. You can get to something called the Shattered Planet, which is 4 million kilometers away. The only purpose of doing this is because you're trying to get something called Promethium asteroid chunks, and that's what's used to create the final science in the game. Are these Promethium asteroid chunks. Target full. Oh, I'm gonna have to do the same thing here. Waiting for source items. This should be working. Okay, so target full. It can't open the thing up, right? Disabled by controller behavior. I think it would be better if I just do it like this. It would be scary if they're trapped on a planet and the ants start making their own factories. You have to out-factory them. There is PvP in this game. It exists. Alright, I have so much coal that can be made, legendary coal that can be created, but this thing's being a bit of a pain in the ass. Okay, so that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. And that's also fine. Why aren't you doing anything? Oh, it's so fucking annoying. Okay. Okay, I want you to enable / disable if carbon legendary carbon is less than 20. Because then we want you to be disabled. Or greater than 20. There we go. They should work now. Have any more damn extra carbon in here in the sub? Disable by controller behavior. Target full. Yeah, because we have too much fucking carbon now. Because this thing needs to make the damn sulfur! There's a Doom skin for the new Doom game, which you can only get from a random pizza chain. Prince Saint Pizza. What? Disabled by controller behavior. So now this is when you should be activating and doing your fucking job. Oh, it's a New York pizza chain. Interesting. 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 Okay, so that's that shit fixed for now because we need more of this precious, precious legendary coal. Need all the legendary coal on my gambling machine. And Florida. Let this, what, Prince Saint Pizza chain is? Okay. Do you have a lot of tungsten? Perfect. Just do that. Force feed it. And here we go. Now we're about to start to produce artillery shells here on Gleba. So we can get rid of all these damn nests around here. Because they're too close. So it's time to shoot at them. With guns. And to stop them from fucking constantly encroaching. Trying to think of where their attack vectors will be. I think just in case. The nest that's over here, I don't want them to come this way. Because they're probably, how the AI works is it'll go after the thing that's shooting at them, so it'll try to go after the artillery. So we're going to get rid of this one, manually. Everything else should go to the sort of main defenses, where they're going to just get torn to absolute shreds. By torn to absolute shreds, they're going to get, well, electrocuted to death. Ooh, we've gotten some legendary circuits and stuff here. Very cool. This process is relatively slow, but we are upcycling. We are upcycling. I mean, it's how I eventually got my giant fucking Tesla turrets. Oh, we've gotten some legendary Tesla turrets as well now. 12 of them. These things are fucking insane, by the way. Huge range increase. The jump chance becomes 30%. So the thing that makes these turrets so ridiculously strong is that they can never miss, and they can fork to jump between multiple enemies. The reason why these weapons are really effective on Gleba in particular is because the enemies on here have a lot of resistances, but none of them have resistances to electric damage. So we look at our rare ones here. Chance to, like, the fork chance per jump is 15%, which is pretty good. But with legendary, that's doubled. The giant stompers have, like, multiple hitboxes. So basically, the electricity can just keep constantly bouncing over and over and over again when they hit. Having multiple chances to, bounce between multiple different enemies. It's ridiculously strong. Making it such that they take fuck tons of damage. Because, well, of the constant jumping. You get what I'm saying. Okay, so we are pretty much done here on Gleba. We are starting to produce artillery. Oh, we have a lot of shells. Okay. Here we go. Request. Alright, well. Oh, we have, like, no more carbon. And we definitely are not producing enough carbon for this. But hey, as soon as we're done with this stuff, we don't need, like, a ton of them, so... a direct hit on the thing did, like, a lot of fucking damage. That's a bit of a bigger nest right there. Hey, asshole. Why'd you come this way? We're just gonna kill you. And you're gonna be annoying. You're gonna die eventually. I'll kill you. You're gonna die. Die. Alright, you're dead. Bye-bye. A bunch more attack waves are coming. They're all gonna get completely annihilated. Dead, because they're just a bunch of little wigglers. Those guys are basically irrelevant. There's still some bigger nests, but the spore cloud does not reach in range of them, so they are not of any concern. I don't care about them. Anything that comes into range of the artillery are going to get, well, shot at. So this is typically what an attack looks like. And yeah, they just get frozen in place. That's another effect of the Tesla weaponry. They have like a sort of freezing effect. They keep things in place. So if you have just a bunch of them, you just keep the enemies permanently frozen, and they just keep bouncing between, well, as the Tesla bolts just keep bouncing between them over and over and over again, and they just kind of die. But yeah, if I don't like micro around or do anything against these guys, they will kill you. Like these bastards are pretty tough. The Stomper pentapods. The mediums are not so bad. The big ones are fucking terrifying. These guys are like pimbly wimbly. The big ones will fuck you up if you're not careful. But we're good. All dead. Let me try. Okay, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna add more beacons, I think, to these things to make them produce more carbon. Oh, whoops, did not want to put it there. Dumbass. Alright, produce more faster. Go. Go. Alright, we now have... should be all good. Our factory here should be perfectly protected now. No more nonsense. These are going to keep producing a large bank of artillery shells. Do we need this many artillery shells? No, but hey, fuck it, whatever. And eventually, like, we'll just start stockpile all the stuff in the chests, and that'll be all Gucci. Lovely. Because we also have to think about carbon fiber production as well. It's another thing we need carbon for. Not a ton of carbon, but, you know, some amount of carbon. Alright. Now that I have taken care of all my current Factorio woes, perhaps it's now time to continue the yapping. Donald Trump just posted that he would make prescription drug and pharmaceutical prices will be reduced almost immediately by 30 to 80%. You can see, I guess he's doing this through executive order, right? We're getting pharma price controls from the Republicans. Oh shit, dude! I can't believe the left getting outflanked by the right wing. What the heck? No, let's have a look. See.
For many years, the world has wondered why prescription drugs and pharmaceuticals in the United States of America were so much higher in price than they were in any other nation, sometimes 5 to 10 times more expensive than the same drug manufactured in the exact same laboratory or plant by the same company.
Oh, I can answer that question. It's really easy. It's because Medicare and Medicaid do not have the ability to negotiate for drug prices. Now, that was a proposal that was done on like 10 different drugs under the Biden administration, specifically with insulin. Insulin was brought down to pretty cheap, about $35 a vial, I think. Something like that. Instead of like the outrageous like 200 something crazy amounts that was before. But what do you have here?
It was always difficult to explain and very embarrassing because, in fact, there was no correct or rightful answer.
I just gave you the answer. The problem is the for-profit motive that exists within the United States for pharmaceuticals. That's why. I did that instantaneously, but I guess Trump must think it's a different reason. All right. Let's see.
The pharmaceutical/drug companies would say for many years that it was research and development costs.
He's not wrong when he says that. He is correct when he says that is a bullshit excuse that a lot of pharmaceutical companies say. This is true.
And that all of these costs were and would be, for no reason whatsoever, borne by the suckers of America alone.
So, yeah, there is a lot of subsidies that are given by the federal government to the pharmaceutical companies for them to do R&D for a lot of research on drugs. And for what benefit are the American people getting out of this? Basically nothing. And the companies get to make a killing in terms of profit when they sell and patent these drugs. And the government basically gets nothing out of it. So, yeah, okay, sure.
We are going to do the right thing, something that Democrats have fought for many years.
True.
Therefore, I am pleased to announce that tomorrow morning in the White House at 9 a.m., I will be signing one of the most consequential executive orders in our country's history. Prescription drug and pharmaceutical prices will be reduced almost immediately by 30 to 80%.
Okay, great, fantastic. How is he doing that? Is he going to allow the state to have negotiations with the pharmaceutical companies that have been overcharging and overpricing people for pharmaceuticals? Because that's the reason why they're as expensive as they are, Trump. That's the reason.
They will rise throughout the world in order to equalize and, for the first time in many years, bring fairness to America.
Wait. They will rise throughout the world in order to equalize and, for the first time in many years, bring fairness to America. Wait, what? Time out. What does he mean? What does he mean by that? we broadly speaking, we know why these are going up in terms of, is he trying to like blame the world for the fact that Americans are paying so much for pharmaceuticals? No, the reason why they're paying so much for pharmaceuticals is because the companies, the pharmaceutical companies that exist in the US, make you pay upcharge prices for them. That's why. It's not because of anything in particular that, X country or Y country are doing. That's complete fucking nonsense. It's because corporations don't have to negotiate their prices with, say, Medicare or Medicaid in order to bring down the prices of prescription drugs. This is exactly what the Biden administration did, albeit very limited, with like 10 different drugs, and their prices plummeted, specifically with insulin, right? Insulin was very expensive, and a lot of people needed it to live. A lot of people were dying because they were forced to have to ration their insulin. Biden made it such that hey, Jack, you got to negotiate with Medicaid in order to ration out, to give out insulin, Jack. And that was why, because of, I don't think it was an executive order that Joe Biden did, but because of that legislation that was put through, that I think it was an executive order by Joe Biden, right? Because Trump revoked that. What are insulin prices right now in the U.S.? What are insulin prices in the U.S.? Did he revoke it in the U.S.? I know he's been revoking a bunch of stuff for, what? He's been revoking a bunch of stuff for, like, cancer research and stuff like that, because
Who cares about researching cancer? Fuck that shit.
it's still $35 per month for Medicare enrollees. Yeah, because Medicare, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act. That was one of the things that happened with the Inflation Reduction Act, making it such that Medicare now negotiates for drug prices, specifically for that, right? So, I was about to say, did Trump get rid of that? I don't think he did. I didn't see any indication that he would. So, still, have programs that cap out-of-pocket costs for all U.S. residents at $35 a month. This is under the IRA. Insulin pricing is weird because there's a bunch of variants, and some people take two. That is true. There is a bunch of variants that can exist, but it also depends on like the insurance, if you're like enrolled in Medicare and Medicaid and like shit like that, right? There's a bunch of different like factors for it. So, okay, but he's trying to like blame the prices of pharmaceutical companies. They will rise throughout the world in order to equalize for the first time in many years, bring fairness to America. So he's trying to blame other countries for the reasonings as to why like pharmaceuticals are as expensive as they are in America. No, that is not the reasoning. It's the fault of the corporations. So again, it's complete fucking slop, as always. Not blaming the fucking corporations from our so-called fucking populists, because they're the common factor. They're the reasons for as to why Medicaid and Medicare, or like why pharmaceuticals are as expensive as they are in the United States. Not because of fucking like public services. We just saw with insulin prices, public services are helping it bring it down. So, so much for the populism of the Trump administration.
I'll be instituting a most favored nations policies, whereby the United States will pay the same price as the nation that pays the lowest price anywhere in the world.
Wait, hold on. What if, let's say, like, I don't know, Eli Lilly or Johnson & Johnson make a particular pharmaceutical, right? And they're selling it for a marked up price to other people. Also, it depends on the fucking countries, right? A lot of different medical sort of like state institutions that negotiate for drug prices, where they import drugs from other countries, they have different negotiation rates for what those prices should be in those countries.
Bing, bing, bong,
like,
bong, bing, bing, bing.
To basically say that it needs to be equivocated to every country is fucking stupid. Because other countries, depending on the policies that they have, can negotiate for different prices in different ways. So it's complete nonsense. This isn't going to accomplish anything, because it's just like, well, this country negotiates this pricing for this drug, and this country negotiates this pricing for this other drug. But okay, sure.
Our country will finally be treated fairly, and our citizens' healthcare costs will be reduced by numbers never even thought before. Additionally, on top of everything else, the United States will save trillions of dollars. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again.
So, broadly speaking, like, this isn't going to probably accomplish what Trump is going to think that it's accomplishing, because other countries, in terms of, like, drug negotiations, when they're state sort of state provided healthcare, when they negotiate for drug prices, those vary between different countries. There's different policies for that. So trying to institute how it works based on, you know, all of these different countries that have different negotiation rates is not going to accomplish anything, and it's just going to make everything more confusing. But what do we have here? Trump signs executive order setting 30-day deadline for drug makers to lower prescription drug costs. So there's a 30-day deadline for drug makers to lower the drug costs. Okay. As per the AP, President Donald Trump on Monday has signed a sweeping executive order setting a 30-day deadline for drug makers to effectively lower the cost of prescription drugs in the U.S. or face new limits down the road over what the government will pay. The order calls on the Health Department, led by RFK Jr., to broker new price tags, and over the next month, if deals are not reached, Kennedy will be tasked with developing a new rule that ties the price that U.S. pays for medications to lower prices paid by other countries. So basically, they're trying to do this in like the stupidest, most roundabout way possible, right? Trying to like blame and follow the basis of what other countries pay, when other countries, how it works for them, like I explained earlier, it's completely varied. There's no two countries alike in terms of how their state-provided healthcare pays for particular drugs. There's no formula in particular, right? That's like general and broadly consistent. Depending on the policy, other countries pay for other certain amounts depending on the drug. Like, it's silly. We're going to equalize, Trump said during a Monday morning press conference. We're all going to pay the same. We're going to pay what Europe pays. So he's basing it off of what the Europeans negotiate for pharmaceuticals? Okay. It is unclear what, if any, impact the Republican president's executive order will have on millions of Americans who have private health insurance. The federal government has the most power to shape the price it pays for drugs covered by Medicare and Medicaid. Right. Like we just saw with, with the Inflation Reduction Act, Biden made it such that Medicare negotiates prices for insulin. That's how you're supposed to do it. Leverage the, money and the power of the federal government against these private institutions that make the drugs and sell the drugs, and be like, you're going to cap the price here, whether you like it or not. And it's just like, well, we can't fight against that because we can't compete against Medicare or Medicaid. So, yep, we're going to cap our prices. Cool. Now, the best way to do this is if there's state, like the NHS, right? State affiliated like pharmaceutical companies that produce these, so that they all get the same tax funding and they all get paid like the same amount of price, and it's all handled by state funding. But, well, we don't really fucking live in that reality, unfortunately. Trump's promise but uncertain savings on drug prices just hours after the Republican-led House released its new plan to trim $880 billion from Medicaid. Yeah, I kind of forgot about that. The Republicans are trying to cut Medicaid, which means it's going to be more difficult for Medicaid to fucking negotiate drug prices. Whoops. Yeah, it's going to be a lot harder to get your fucking insulin now because of this shit. So that's cool. Great. Fantastic. Taxpayers spend hundreds of billions of dollars on prescription drugs, injectables, transfusions, and other medications every day or every year through Medicare, which covers nearly 70 million older Americans. Medicaid, which provides nearly free health care for most 80 million poor and disabled people in the U.S., also spends tens of billions of dollars each year on for drugs. Yeah, so this nearly $1 trillion cut to Medicaid, which is unfortunately probably going to fucking pass through like whatever budget resolution nonsense happens, is going to make it such that it's way harder for poor people to get their fucking drugs that they need to survive. Uh-oh. Top U.S. drug makers say Trump's order is bad for patients. The nation's pharmaceutical lobby, which represents the top U.S. drug makers, immediately pushed back against Trump's order, calling it a bad deal for American patients. Drug makers have long argued that any threats to their profits could impact the research they do to develop new drugs. So obviously that's the problem that these motherfuckers are going to have. Right? It's like, guys, we need to make a lot of money, even though they already make all the fucking money. Cool. Importing foreign prices from socialist countries would be a bad deal for American patients and workers. Yeah, he wants to base this off of the very well-known socialist Europe. Sure, man. Stephen J. Ubel, the president and CEO of Pharma, said in a statement, "It would mean less treatments and cures would jeopardize the hundreds of billions of member companies companies are planning to invest in America." Poor baby, you won't be able to make so many more fucking whatever the fuck money off of drugs. But I mean, the problem is that it's very weird. Like, so they're gonna base it off of the drug prices from Europe. That's how they're gonna work. It's really strange. I'm trying to think. Like, again, this whole framing of focusing it around particular nations is the sort of problem here. Because let's be honest here, Trump is a fascist, and obviously with RFK Jr., we've talked about this before. RFK Jr. hates people who are fucking disabled, because, and it's the same with this motherfucker over here, Mehmet Uz. Like, he also fucking hates people who are fucking disabled, because a lot of people who are disabled have to rely more and more on the state in order to be able to, well, survive. And a lot of people get disabled through, well, extenuating circumstances that are, broadly speaking, very much so out of their control. An accident happens, maybe like a workplace hazard. Maybe they were born with a particular, like, disease or something, that genetic disease that they can't do anything about. They just rolled bad on the fucking genetic dice, and it's just like, well, get fucked. You know, just, you rolled bad. Unfortunate. Sucks to suck, nerd. Should have just like rolled better on the hormonal distributions from your fucking parents when that shit happened. These people do not like the fact that these people have to rely on the dole of the state, and in order to be able to survive. They don't see them as like being able to be productive for the nation. And guess who else thought like that? The Nazis. One of the people that the Nazis significantly had persecutions against, were disabled people. Why? Because they saw disabled people as not being able to contribute to the good of the nation. Your body, your soul, your will, your mind, everything under fascist states, under like the Nazis in particular, everything had to be given to the state. And that's how these motherfuckers also think as well. Trump's so-called most favored nation approach to Medicare drug pricing has been controversial since he first tried to implement it during his first term. He signed a similar executive order in the final weeks of his presidency, which called for the U.S. to only pay a lower price that other countries pay for some drugs, such as injectables or cancer drugs given through infusions, administered in a doctor's office. That narrow executive order faced hurdles, with a court order that blocked the rule from going into effect under President Joe Biden's administration. The pharmaceutical industry argued that Trump's 2020 attempt would give foreign governments the upper hand in deciding the value of medicines in the U.S. I mean, this is technically true that that could fucking happen, but again, the thing is blaming other countries for this isn't the problem. That's stupid, right? The problem isn't other countries. It's the fact that the U.S. does not negotiate for their own prices. That's the issue. Trump says other countries are to blame. Trump repeatedly defended pharmaceutical companies. Instead of blaming other countries for the high price pay, Trump repeatedly defended pharmaceutical companies, instead blaming other countries for the high price Americans pay for drugs. During a wide-ranging speech at the White House on Monday, the president was flanked by Kennedy, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services Administrator Dr. Mehmet Oz, Food and Drug Administrator Commissioner Dr. Marty Makary, and National Institutes of Health Director Jay Bhattacharya. So, this is pretty much the main thing that I was just talking about here. The problem isn't the fact that other countries are paying less for drugs. What countries do is they negotiate those prices with their companies, or when they have to import drugs. They say, like, no, there's this cap, and you're going to follow this cap. You're still going to get your cut, your profit, or whatever, but you can only make people pay this much for these drugs. That's how it works. But Trump is, like, doing this, like, roundabout way of, like, doing this. Like, just like it happened under the Inflation Reduction Act. Biden capped it to $35 per month for insulin costs. And that's been incredibly fucking effective. It's just really, really fucking stupid the way that they're approaching this, saying, like, no, it's other countries to blame, that's why they lowered prices, when it's just like, what are you talking about? There's a particular policy in place that makes it such that they pay for lower drug prices. You just implement the same policy and boom, you leverage the power of the state through Medicare and Medicaid, because no private company can fucking compete with those, especially since those are pretty popular programs, right? And the threadbare social safety net that exists throughout the United States. You make it such that they can't compete against those, so they are forced to have to bring their drug prices down. I hate Dr. Oz so much. He wants disabled people to beg for care. Pretty much. Like, these people, these people don't give a shit. Like, they're saying that they're going along with this idiotic stuff, not because they actually care for people, but because, like, they just want people to suffer. They want people who are on the dole of the state to just, well, honestly die, which is how, like, the Nazis also fucking thought. He did, however, threaten the companies with federal investigations into their practices and opening up the U.S. drug market to bring in more imported medications from other countries.
The pharmaceutical companies make the most of their profits from America, Trump said. That's not a good thing.
It is true, but the problem is the way he is going about this problem is, like, really stupid and backwards. You know, when the populace actually tries to do something, instead of blaming the corporations, he defends the corporations, and he's blaming other countries for the high prices. That doesn't make any sense. They had nothing to do with this. The corporations have basically no regulations and can charge whatever the fuck they want arbitrarily for these drugs. That's the problem. You need to do regulation to bring them in line, which is what was done in the Inflation Reduction Act. But whatever. None of these people actually give a shit. Trump played up the announcement over the weekend, boasting in one post that his plan could save trillions of dollars. But on Monday, the White House offered no specific for how much money the administration anticipates it could save. Of course, he just pretends. He's literally so skilled but turns so evil, probably via narcissism and tiger parenting in the Turkish sense. Oh, you're talking about Dr. Oz? Probably. What? He got elevated through Oprah, and that's why he, became like a TV doctor and shit like that? Now you know. The health department's top leaders will be meeting with drug company executives over the next 30 days to offer new prices on drugs that are based off of what other countries pay, Doc Oz said on Monday. Like, okay, what if they just refuse? Because what the companies can do at this point is they can just be like, no, we're not paying those prices. You can suck our fucking nuts. You're going to give us what we want. And then this all just completely falls apart, right? They can just refuse. Because they're not leveraging the power of the state in order to be able to force the companies into submission. So, Americans are unlikely to see immediate savings. Americans are unlikely to see relief on rising drug costs quickly because of the order, said Rachel Sachs, a health law expert at Washington University. It really does seem the plan is to ask manufacturers to voluntarily lower their prices to some point, which is not known. Yeah, because corporations, if you ask them very kindly and very nicely, are very well known to lower their fucking prices. And the thing is, you should immediately ask, like I said before, if they just say no and refuse to lower their prices, what then? What then, Trump? What in this brilliant scheme of yours do you have in mind in order to, try to remedy the situation? Oh, probably nothing. It's stupid, dude. That's why this policy is just not gonna fucking work. Because the corporation can just be like, yeah, that's really funny and cute of you to say, but we're just gonna say, no. The health department has the most authority to change the prices of drugs covered by Medicare and Medicaid because it can set regulations. Even still, the agency's power to do so is limited. Congress just approved in 2020 a new law that allows Medicare to negotiate the price it pays for a handful of prescription drugs starting in 2026. That's under the Inflation Reduction Act. It only affects like 10 drugs or some shit. It's nowhere near enough for the hundreds of different drugs that exist that get sold in America. But hey, a start is a start, I suppose. Before the law, Medicare paid what the drug companies charged, which was a lot of fucking money. It was just how they made a fucking killing. Drug companies unsuccessfully sued over the implementation of the law. The price that millions of Americans covered by private insurance pay for drugs is even harder for the agency to manipulate. The U.S. routinely outspends other nations on drug prices, compared with other large and wealthy countries, a problem that has long drawn the ire of both major political parties, but a lasting fix has never cleared Congress. Whoa, crazy, because again, the Republican Party supports the drug corporations. They support the pharmaceutical companies. That's why it's never gonna fucking happen. Because one party is okay with, Americans paying way more fucking money for drugs. That's why. Like, it even said in the article itself, Trump has repeatedly defended the pharmaceutical companies. But, Trump came into his first political term accusing pharmaceutical companies of getting away with murder and complaining that other countries whose governments set drug prices were taking advantage of Americans. That is the fucking most stupidest dog shit on the fucking planet. No. Your pharmaceutical companies are the people who set the prices. That is the problem. It's not other countries that set the prices. This is like the populists' fucking idea of trying to do something about incredibly expensive drug prices. Right? It's not other countries, it's corporations, but they can't blame the corporations, right? Because in reality, they actually support them. Trump says he'll do the right thing. Ahead of the announcement, Trump popped up his rhetoric towards the industry again on social media, writing that the pharmaceutical/drug companies would say for years it was research and development costs, and all of the costs were and would be for no reason whatever, borne by suckers of America alone. See, he is correct when he says this, right? But the problem is, he's saying that it's other countries that are doing this through the fact that they have state-owned healthcare programs. That is the fucking incongruence here. No. The problem is that there is very little regulation on pharmaceutical companies, something that he is not going to address. Referring to the drug company's powerful lobbying efforts, he said that the campaign's contributions can do wonders, but not with me and not with the Republican Party. We are going to do the right thing, he wrote. Several pharmaceutical companies gained ground in the stock market on Monday morning. Merck, a company that made $64.2 billion last year with the help of its cancer treatment, Keytruda, Trump to 3.9%, and pharma giant Pfizer, which notched 63.6 billion in revenue in 2024, rose 2.5%, while Gilead Sciences rose 5.8%. That's a lot of money. Not to mention, with Operation Warp Speed, he basically made it such that all the profits would go to the fucking private corporations and not fucking funded solely through like either like Medicaid or Medicare when researching for the COVID-19 vaccine through Operation Warp Speed. One of the few good things that he did during his administration. So we can, broadly speaking, we see the problem here immediately, right? Like, no, it's not the fault of other countries for having their own state-funded healthcare services that negotiate for drug prices. That's stupid. No. And all the fucking dipshits that he has circling around him as health advisors or whatever, they just hate disabled people. That is the point, right? They hate people who are sick because those are people that can't fucking, quite literally, contribute to the good of the state. Fascists, remember, as always, must always have it such that people must give their entire mind, body, and soul. Everything has to be to the contribution of the state. And even, like, literally, it has been said in press conferences by Dr. Mehmet Oz not that long ago that it is patriotic to be healthy. What does he mean by that exactly? What does he mean by it's patriotic to be healthy? Exactly what it would probably mean, right? It should be fairly obvious. In order to be able to have healthy outcomes, it is your patriotic duty to be able to stay healthy. Never talking about any of the fucking companies at all, but solely talking about the fascist idea of how everything has to be given to the state. That is the problem here. No, that's not how that fucking works. It's silly and ridiculous. And also we have like RFK Jr. with his rhetoric talk about like, well, personally I think that autistics need to be fucking genocided. So I mean, we also have that factor to fucking consider in the sort of like patriotic like healthcare duty. No, you want to be able to take care of drug prices, you do stuff like Biden did to the Inflation Reduction Act and have Medicare negotiate drug prices for, well, Americans. That's how you do it. You have the state use its power and the fact that, hey, you know, we can easily just, like, completely bowl you over and make you not exist anymore. Like, we could do that. We could, like, buy out your company and make it such that only taxpayer-funded, you only get money through taxpayer funding, and you don't have to be a private institution anymore. We could just nationalize you. They could do that if they wanted to. If they want to play fucking hardball. But, you know, that'll never happen in fucking America. And that's how, insulin costs got capped. You have to implement caps. You have to use the power of the state to do this, but as always, Republicans are all about dismantling and completely destroying the administrative state to be able to do anything in order to take care of its citizenry. They don't want that. So, therefore, their proposal is not actually going to work. It's not going to work, simply put. So that's pretty cool. Hey, let's do an experiment. I'll be Trump and you'll pretend to be the drug companies. Sure. Why don't we do a little role play? Okay, Zane. I am an executive at, let's say, Gilead Science. Okay, I'm an executive. I'm Pfizer. I'm a Pfizer executive. Okay, Mr. Trump, Mr. President, Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz and RFK Jr., what proposal do you have? You're great, guys. Could you lower your drug prices for our people? Why should we do that? We spend a lot of money on R&D in order to be able to research and make a lot more drugs for the benefit of the American people. Why should we? I mean, we do love the American people, but again, you would be able to, like, because of these proposals, you're going to cut into a lot of our necessary research that we need to do, and that's very, very expensive for us. We need to be able to make sure that we have profits for our shareholders. I mean, like, to be able to provide as much possible good service. But you made Europe prices lower. No, they negotiated with us. We just negotiated drug prices with those guys, and they wanted us to be like, they basically said to us, you're not able to sell drugs within our market unless you cap prices at this particular amount. We agreed because we came to an agreement because we were able to get a certain amount of profit margin still. But, like, what are you saying? We need to make a lot of profits in order to be able to compensate for that within the American market for all of our R&D. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, wham. You see the problem here? They can just refuse. Like, a scenario like that can just play out. Obviously, like, did I do it, like, rhetorically perfectly or whatever? But no. No, I didn't do it rhetorically perfectly, but it can just play out like that. So that's the problem with this policy, right? It's not because of other nations being the problem. It's because Trump is okay with pharmaceutical companies making a profit off of the American people. He just wants to do the whole fucking faux populism bit. That's the point. So guess what? You're not actually going to get lowered drug prices through this proposal. Not at all. So, you know, it's not going to fucking happen. It's not going to happen. So be prepared to still pay the same amount of money for drugs anyways. Nice meme. So just like I said, this proposal, it's not going to go anywhere, obviously. It's going to be pretty much dead on water because there's no state apparatus or enforcement mechanism that has been proposed by the Trump administration because they don't actually want to do that because in reality, he defends the pharmaceutical corporations and companies. So to say, like, we're going to force you to pay what other countries pay, it's just like, why should we pay those? Like, you're not leveraging anything against us. We control the means of production. Like, you can fuck right off. And it's just like, darn it, damn it, it didn't work. What do we do now? I don't know. Just whatever. Like, you see the problem here. Like, broadly speaking, that's just how it's going to play out. And this is just like an executive order that's pretty much destined to, well, do basically nothing. Unless you threaten, like, nationalization of these corporations if they don't cap their fucking prices to a particular point. That's the actual solution to the problem, and every other country has seemingly fucking done it. Why can't the US? Oh, it should be fucking obvious. It's because both parties are fucking captured by pharmaceutical lobbies. That is the main fucking problem here. The corporations pay money to fucking the politicians so then they can skirt regulations. And the Republicans aren't going to do shit about that. Because even said in this article alone that Trump has, guess what, repeatedly defended pharmaceutical companies, instead blaming other countries for the high price Americans pay for drugs. This is a shifting of the blame. The blame should be with the pharmaceutical companies, not on the other countries for actually doing what they are supposed to do with their state funding, and that is negotiating for drug prices that they import in. It's silly. It's stupid. This executive order is pretty much dead on arrival. It's not going to fucking accomplish anything that the Trump administration thinks it's going to accomplish. Ugh, final thing. Take care of this damn choke. Dude, socks are so cheaply and fucking poorly made, dude. I fucking hate it so much. It is the worst fucking thing on the planet, dude. Like, I hate it. It is the worst. Because they just always instantaneously, like, fall apart because of just, like, cheap, shitty, fast fashion for the express purposes of just making profit. It is the fucking worst thing on the planet, dude. I fucking hate it, bro. God, it is so awful, dude. Did I sell it? Yeah, well, you know, it went about as well as it could have, you know. You know, could be better, could be worse. If who knows, honestly. Is this VOD fucking uploading at all? Seemingly not. Fucking Christ, dude. Why is this VOD not uploading to YouTube? It's so annoying. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, well, we got a final meme to cover here. This shit's still not loading. I don't know why. Whatever. Well. US and China agree to slash tariffs for 90 days as trade talks continue. That's crazy. US agrees to drop 145% tariff on China to 30% while they negotiate. So Trump ended up capitulating. What's the video gotta say?
Massive tariffs on China that had raised prices and rocked the markets. The Treasury Secretary speaking this morning after negotiations in Switzerland.
We have shared interest, and we both have an interest in balanced trade. The U.S. will continue moving towards that.
The U.S. agreeing to lower its 145% tax on Chinese goods to 30%, while China will go from a 125% tariff on American products to 10%. China is one of the top trading partners for the U.S., last year exchanging more than $582 billion worth of goods. After tariffs from both sides, many businesses in the U.S. warned of rising prices and delays. Now, negotiations continue, China saying the agreement is, quote, an important step.
I think we're going to have a very good relationship.
It all comes...
Because keep in mind, the reason as to why the Chinese did not want to fucking negotiate with the Trump administration to begin with was because of the tariffs that they put in. They were just like, no, we're not talking with you until you get rid of the fucking tariffs that you put on unjustly. Which is why, you know, Trump has been constantly asking,
please, Xi, can you call me? I want to have an old man yowie sesh with you. Please, President Xi, please pick up the phone.
And bro, Top G was never fucking picking up the phone because he's like, bro, just get rid of the fucking tariffs that you just randomly slapped on us for like no reason, and then, you know, we'll have a chat.
As President Trump is set to leave for the first major foreign trip of his term, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, with some controversy as he starts the trip. Multiple sources tell NBC News that he's getting ready to accept a super luxury jumbo jet from Qatar to use as the new Air Force One.
That's so fucking funny that he's getting a new Air Force One. I mean, like, again, that's illegal under the emoluments clause under the Constitution. But again, this is the same motherfucker who says, like, maybe you can't have 30 does, maybe only 2 does. You can't have 250 fucking pencils. And the reason why he's mentioning those, like, quite literally with this fucking dumbass Marie Antoinette fucking esque moment of let them eat fucking cake memes is quite literally because of what? Quite literally because he is afraid of these negotiations and looks like he decided to fucking capitulate and cave. That's very, very funny. He really wanted Xi to call him, but no. Also, it has to be Congress that fucking approves this shit, not like the random Gulf states. Like getting a $400 million jet from Qatar, or from Qatar. Meanwhile, he just tells the American people, well, maybe you should just pay so much money on dolls or pencils or whatever the fuck. Very, very funny.
Two sources say the plane would be transferred to the Trump Presidential Library Foundation after his current term. A White House official tells NBC News the handover won't happen on this trip, while the White House press secretary says that any gift accepted will be in full compliance with the law. Critics are
But quite literally, it's just not. But okay, dude.
blasting the plan, and some Democrats say a gift that size needs congressional approval. The president calling the plane a gift free of charge to the Defense Department.
Gabe, I can only...
Even, like, sending it to the Defense Department is a fucking problem. Like, oh, so you're saying the Gulf states can just, like, fucking bribe anyone in the Defense Department with, like, a fucking 747? Okay.
Imagine the security concerns over this plane. What is the plan there in terms of being able to accept an Air Force One that carries the U.S. president and what those issues might be?
Yes, Savannah, in addition to the ethics questions that this brings up, Democrats are also raising those concerns about the security implications. Look, the plane basically would have to be torn apart to be inspected, checking for any security risks and scrubbing for listening devices. A Defense Department official tells the New York Times that the air...
That is true. Yeah, that's actually a pretty good point, right? Like, there's no way this shit gets fucking approved because, like, all the fucking feds would have to, like, rip it apart, make sure there's no bugs or anything that the Qataris fucking put in or whatever for their own, like, listening in on purposes on the fucking president while, I don't know, he's, like, getting a golden shower or some shit, whatever. And to ensure that, like, you know, the thing is safe, because there's very specific regulations. I wonder why it was always such that the Americans were the ones. Like, it's just so stupid. I would fuck that shit up so hard, Lamau. Let's be honest here, dude. Like, it's just a fucking stupid ass shit show. It's so fucking goofy. The most goofiest outcomes possibly happen. Just keeps constantly happening with this fucking administration, seemingly.
Air Force has not yet reached any agreement on a contract to refurbish the Qatari 747 to make those security modifications, and that the Air Force could not legally do so until it takes ownership of the plane. And even then, it could take some time to make the upgrades. The president, meanwhile, is calling this a very public and transparent transaction. Savannah?
That's Gabe Gutierrez at the White House. Thank you, Gabe.
About that. Nice meme. So, I mean, besides that, like, mostly talked about the dumbass, whatever the fuck bullshit over there. It's cool. It's whatever. What we got? United States and China announced a 90-day...
It is time for the highs and lows.
I don't want to hear about the highs and lows. Go away. The United States and China announced a 90-day pause on most of their recent tariffs on each other, fueling hopes on Wall Street of a cool down in the trade war between the world's two largest economies. A 90-day pause. So there's still going to be uncertainty. Because, quick reminder, guys, you want to know, like, one of the biggest problems with the tariffs and why it caused the fucking economy to crash all the time is because of, whoa, the fact that it was causing uncertainties. Markets are very well known for being big fans of uncertain things that happened. The combined U.S. tariff rate on Chinese imports will be cut to 30% from 145%, while China levies on U.S. imports would fall to 10% from 125%, the country said earlier this morning. So I believe there was already a 20% tariff that Trump put in, and I believe that's still staying in place. Officials met in Geneva over the weekend for their first face-to-face talks in President Donald Trump's shock tariff rollout on April 2nd, when he imposed 84% duties on Chinese imports, adjusted them to 125%, and soon after hiked them to 145% because he got fucking mad that Xi Jinping wasn't giving him his gay call that he wanted so badly. Because that's why he was complaining about this the whole time. The new 30% rate is the sum of the 20% duty imposed Trump imposed early in the second term over alleged Chinese failures to curb fentanyl flows, and the universal 10% tariff that he has applied on to nearly all foreign imports. Markets surged on the news of the detonate. The broad-based S&P 500 was trading 3.1% higher Monday afternoon, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average added 1,100 more points, a roughly 2.7% gain. The tech-focused Nasdaq surged 4.1%. European index posts modest gains Monday. Markets across Asia had upbeat sessions as well ahead of the news, anticipating some kind of trade agreement and also welcoming a ceasefire between India and Pakistan that largely seems to be holding. Hong Kong's Hang Seng Index soared on the news of a U.S.-China agreement, closing more than 3% higher. Dude, it's so fucking funny how, like, literally, what was the point of doing all these tariffs? Literally, what was the point of doing, like, any of this shit to begin with if it was just gonna cause, like, instability and bullshit? Like, again, because markets, very, very well known for being big fans of instability. Yet some analysts have urged caution, noting that tariffs remained far higher before Trump regained office. That suggests many consumer goods, from cars and groceries to fireworks, are set to see price hikes. Federal data is set to provide a fresh inflation snapshot on Tuesday morning, and we'll see what happens there. The full set of U.S. tariffs would still be considerably higher and broader than expected by markets at the start of the year. Goldman Sachs analysts wrote in a note to clients Monday, noting that the 90-day countdown should keep uncertainty high for both investors and businesses. Because again, if Trump just decides to randomly get fucking mad again, what happens? Oh, the tariffs could just all of a sudden start rocketing back up. And whoa, the whole fiasco starts all over again. Who would have thought that this is just stupid and that markets sure do love uncertainty? I mean, I'm curious. Let's take a look. So they've gone up today, right? Up 3.6%. Still down overall from where it was in the beginning before he announced the fucking tariffs. This is where he decided to do his dumbass tariffs and fucking caused a crash in the economy. Hilarious. Dow Jones up 2.8%, 1,100 points. Woo. Still down overall. The Nasdaq. Oh, it went up 4%. Look at that. Oh, it's still down overall from the stupid fucking shit show that he caused earlier. Crazy. The U.S.'s effective tariff rate would now be 17.8%, the highest since 1934, which Yale Budget Lab researchers estimated Monday would dent households' annual purchasing power by $2,800. The United States has a larger goods trade deficit with China than with any other country, and Trump has often accused it of ripping off the U.S. through unfair trade practices. No, it's just that you fucking import a lot of stuff from there because, whoa, you, broadly speaking, corporations fucking, export a lot of their goods and services from, well, China. China has a fucking export economy. That's why. He still doesn't, to this day, will Trump ever learn how a trade deficit works? I guess we're gonna find out fucking next time on Dragon Ball Z or whatever the fuck. It's stupid. Unlike other U.S. trading partners, Beijing responded by imposing retaliatory tariffs and other countermeasures that escalated into a dizzying game of one-upmanship. That is awkward to say. Jesus Christ. The dueling import taxes were the equivalent of an embargo, which neither side wanted, said Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. We do want trade. We want more balanced trade, and I think that both sides are committed to achieving that. Really? I don't believe that for some reason. I don't believe that. Bessent, who represented the U.S. in the talks with Beijing, along with Trade Representative Jameson Greer, rejected suggestions that negotiating right away would have been more productive than triggering a tariff spat that caused global financial turmoil. Says that a business as usual effort to rebalance trade would not have worked. What? Fucking evidence? Crack pipe. The US and China now have a mechanism to avoid the upward tariff pressure, Besant told CNBC Monday. I would imagine that in the next few weeks, he will be meeting again to get rolling on a more fulsome agreement, he added. Greer noted that separate discussions on fentanyl were on a very positive track. Sure, man. Whatever. The Chinese Commerce Ministry said the agreement was an important step and creates favorable conditions for further narrowing differences and deepening cooperation. It is hoped that the U.S. will build on the foundation of this meeting, continuing to work in the same direction with China and completely correct its unilateral tariff practices, a spokesperson said. Besant emphasized that the U.S. does not want a broad-based decoupling from China, preferring instead a strategic decoupling, because we realized that during COVID, that efficient supply chains were not secure supply chains, whatever the fuck that means. He told MSNBC. So with steel, with semiconductors, with medicines, with a couple of other strategic categories, we are going to have to become self-reliant. But you want to fucking tear apart the CHIPS Act, which makes you fucking self-reliant in terms of semiconductors. Okay, man. Sure. Fucking literally represents the guy that had put in the fucking act that is trying to tear apart the thing that would have made the U.S. less reliant on fucking other countries for chip production. Do you see why this is, like, really dumb and frustrating very often? Because it's just like, dude, like, the CHIPS Act literally takes care of that. No, I don't like the CHIPS Act. We're gonna get rid of it. It's just like, but literally it takes care of the problem that you suppose. Nope, don't like it. Okay, bro. Sure, man. Whatever. Scroll down. Tariff impacts are already being felt across the U.S., with shipping volumes from China falling sharply since early April. Danish shipping giant A.P. Moller-Maersk said Monday that the 90-day reprieve was a step in the right direction that it hoped could create the long-term predictability our customers need. I don't like it because a liberal made it. That's true. That is literally how Trump thinks. Liberal made it.
I don't like it. A liberal made this. Well, therefore it's bad. I don't like it. Don't like it, folks. I don't like it because of that.
It's very dumb. This approach to policy in this particular sense is probably the fucking stupidest shit possible ever made by the Donald Trump administration. But whatever. Who cares? Stupid bullshit. Stupid. It's dumb. I hate it. The agreement is also good news for small and medium-sized businesses on both sides of the Pacific, said Tianchen Zhu, a Beijing-based economist at the Economist Intelligence Unit, a financial forecasting service, said it would be a very big relief for struggling small Chinese exporters, some of which have already lost U.S. orders for weeks, while American buyers are gaining some breathing room over surging costs, he said in emailed comments. The agreement exceeded expectation has rekindled global hope, said Wang Wen, dean of the Chongyang Institute for Financial Studies at Renmin University of China. But Zhu and Wang both cautioned that many difficult issues remain to be resolved. This situation is a major test of the political wisdom and negotiation capability of the decision makers in both China and the U.S., Wang said. Ahead of bilateral talks in Geneva, Trump has expressed willingness to slash tariffs on Chinese imports from 145% to 80%, saying that level seems right, but leaving the decision to Besant. We can't get any higher, Trump told reporters late last week. It's at 145. So we know it's coming down. So, the astute amongst you are probably now asking, why the fuck did he do any of this to begin with then? Was it all completely worthless and pointless? Or was this like a 4D chess move? And I simply say to you, this is all completely worthless and pointless. And the only reason why Trump oftentimes engages in this fucking behavior is because he wants to feel like he's a big man in the room making all the fucking deals, and he wants to seem like he's fucking constantly doing wheeling and dealing. That's why. When I say that this is all just for show and it's a complete fucking LARPy shit show fest, this is what I mean by when I say that. It's all for show and it's a LARPy fucking shit show fest. It's all for pretend because he wants to pretend that I'm a big deal maker, I know how to make deals. So he's going to cause like inherent instability within the global markets for, well, no fucking reason except because he wants to feel like a special boy. Like, that's literally it, by the way. He wants to feel special. He wants to feel like he's involved. He wants to feel like I'm so good at negotiating. I'm so good at this. I'm excellent. I am the best at negotiations. I'm so good at it. And then, it's just like, Trump, you literally did that for no reason. Why would you do any of this? This is silly and dumb. And, then he's just like, well, you're fired because you're just a stupid libtard. You're a stupid liberal, and I hate you. And it's just like, okay, man, sure, bro. Actually, I need to rehire you because I don't have enough people in order to be able to do anything. It's silly, man. It's silly. How this is like, whoa, all of this was just for complete idle conjecture and was always meant to accomplish absolutely nothing, and just for Trump to feel like a special boy. It felt like to feel like he was doing special things, and because he was just like, I'm just such a good negotiator. I'm so good. I'm so good at negotiating, and I know exactly what I'm doing. It's just fucking ridiculous and stupid that this is kind of like the position that we have to find ourselves in. But it's really dumb. All of these like effective fucking policies that used to exist already before getting like torn apart because like, well, the liberal did it, therefore I don't like it. That's just how it is. And it's just like, but Trump, you're weakening your position for like literally no reason. Why are you doing this? This doesn't make any sense. Because fuck you, libtard. I hate you. And it's just like, okay, man, that's cool. So, overall, like, was there any point to any of this fucking nonsense? No. This is all very fucking dumb and stupid, and overall, wow, accomplished basically nothing. All because Trump wanted to feel like a special boy, like he was doing fucking special things, being very, very special. That's literally the only reason why he did any of this. And, whoa, as a result, people suffered a lot of uncertainty for, like, literally no fucking reason and might have gone fucking bankrupt and suffered because of this. Crazy. And it was just for Trump to feel like he was a special boy contributing. Like, all the fucking, like, dumbass fucking Trump supporters who constantly cope and seethe about the fact that, like, dude, this is totally gonna work, and it's gonna be, like, so prosperous and so great for the nation. It's gonna bring us in so much money. He's literally reversing on all of it. Like, literally. So you just look at this and you wonder to yourself, was there any point to this? Did this accomplish anything? Very, very fucking stupid. Just dumb. Yeah, guys, yeah, exactly, Zane. Like, all part of the plan, 4D chess, trust the process. He knows what he's doing. He's not just doing complete random idiotic belligerent bullshit for, I don't know, because he wants to, in reality, feel like he's a fucking special boy. That's literally the only reason why he's, like, doing any of this stuff. He wants to feel special, and that's it, Yeah, I got faith in Jesus as well. Like, I don't think there really has to be anything else said about this besides, wow, this is really dumb and stupid and ended up not accomplishing anything, and he ended up fucking reversing on all of it in the end. Crazy. Nothing Whoa, looks like, guess who won again, boys? Nothing ever happens, bros. Who constantly seem to fucking win for some reason. Nothing ever happens. I always bet on nothing ever happens because seemingly every fucking time nothing ever happens, so always just seems to fucking win for some reason. It's complete ridiculous bullshit. Nothing ever happens, bros. Stays winning. Fell for it again award, bros. Also fucking stay winning. Whoa, the fucking dumbass Trumpies fucking fell for it again. Nothing happened. And literally, it's the same idiotic fucking bullshit that he keeps taking as all of his, like, fucking supporters, the complete, like, dopes and rubes that seem to fucking exist in that constituency that, whoa, the thing that obviously was gonna happen fucking happened every single time. And whoa, the economists happened to be fucking right again. And Trump ended up caving because he got fucking scared. And nothing ever fucking happened. Crazy. Who would have thought that such a thing would be conceivable? It's silly, it's stupid, it's frustrating, and I just really despise all the fucking, like, dumbass Trump supporters who are just, like, sitting out there constantly LARPing and pretending, saying, like, oh, don't worry, guys, totally, everything is all according to plan, I totally accounted for all of this, like, nothing ever happens, and, you know, stuff like that, dudes, I totally knew that this would happen. It's just silly, man. It's just so goofy. Nice! We're done. Another 4-hour stream. I mean, we did cover a lot. There was a lot happening in the fucking news. Ugh. Christ, man. And all of that just to go back to editing YouTube videos. I love editing YouTube videos. It's my favorite shit. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Yeah, well, you know. Nothing ever happens, bros. They seem to win all the time for some reason. I can't possibly think of any reasoning why they keep seeming to win. Clearly, there's probably nothing in particular for as to why nothing ever happens. Bros always just seem to win. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows why they keep seeming to win all the time, Zane? Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows why these guys just keep seeming to win? The good old nothing ever happens, bros. Alright. Oh yeah, there's a new Doom game that's coming out relatively soon. It looks pretty fun, I must say. But who are we gonna raid out into today? Oh, God, bro. Just... bleh. Blech. Just more hyped on indie games. That's fair. Bleh. You have a good one, Zane. You have a good one, bud. Why don't we raid out to Justin Freakin? Why not? Alright, gamers. Raid messages. You know what to do. You know what to say. Transstrad with the Daho raid butt if you're a sub. If you're not sub, you do the Wowee with the Daho raid butt. That's how we show appreciation. Those are into a case gamers. I will be back tomorrow. And we'll be continuing to, I don't know, do more fucking shit. Yeah, that's really about it. More Factorio and chill. And look at probably dumb shit on the fucking internet. That's pretty much the plan. We're for sure I'm gonna look at the part 2 of the Gunnar Nomicon that was done by MLY piece. We're definitely going to take a look at that. We're going to make fun of Grums more. Yay, making fun of Grums. Very cool. We love making
fun of that stupid dumbass Grums. My favorite thing to do.
Anywho, I will be back tomorrow and we'll be doing all that fun stuff. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.